Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the World Manufacturing Forum. This is the 13th edition of this forum that every year puts together industrialists with innovators, scientists, policymakers, manufacturers, entrepreneurs, and managers. Every year we share experience, best practices, ideas to explore the future of manufacturing. This year we've got a special themes that will go across today and tomorrow, which is key enabling technologies for the future of manufacturing. We'll go through roadmaps and platforms and key enabling technology at the service of competitiveness and sustainability. We will go through a mix of keynote speeches and roundtable. We'll start with the presentation of the WMF report and its recommendation as every year. But to begin with and to kick off, I welcome on the stage Diego Andres, who's president of the World Manufacturing Foundation and managing director of Fluidotech Group in Italy. Diego Andres, welcome. Let's have a round of applause to the president of the WMF.
Good afternoon and welcome to the World Manufacturing Forum 2025, 13 years. It's truly energizing to see the community gathering again, once again here in Milano, ready to shape the future of manufacturing together. Before we dive in, I want to express our deepest gratitude to Regione Lombardia and its President Fontana, who is here with us today, for entrusting this initiative since its start, for their continued support, and for hosting us here today. Lombardy, as we know, and we're going to hear about that, is one of the most advanced manufacturing regions of the world, and this is not a case that the forum is happening here. Now, before we dive in our journey, just let me share something that happened to me like last week. I was visiting a factory not far from here, and I watched a young engineer training a collaborative robots using nothing but natural language. It was saying something like, move to position A, check the pressure, adjust by X%. I mean, the robots understood, learned, and executed perfectly. I mean, 10 years ago, that would have been like science fiction. 5 years ago, maybe complex programming. And really now, it was a Tuesday afternoon at the workshop. And again, last night I was out for dinner with big investors in China, and he's a tech investor, and he was telling me about really their investment in robotics and particularly on humanoids. And this really, they will go well beyond manufacturing, will really have a tremendous impact. I mean, the future is really here. So we live in extraordinary times of unprecedented technological acceleration, but also time of unprecedented vision. And things changed quite a bit since our last forum here. And as I look around this room and I think about our community across continents, I see an industry navigating through increasingly traveled waters. The world is actually dividing. Tariffs are raising, supply chains that took decades to build are being questioned overnight. And countries are really racing towards technological sovereignty, too often at the expense of collaboration. The gap between those who can access and deploy advanced technologies and those who cannot is widening faster than ever. And yet, here we are together. And why? Because I think we understand something fundamental, that the future of manufacturing cannot be built in isolation. The challenges we face are too complex, too interconnected, too global, to be understood and then solved by any single nation, company, or region. This year's theme is key enabling technology for the future of manufacturing, roadmaps and platforms. So basically 3 pillars: technology to transform manufacturing, roadmaps to implement them, and platform to share them. Over the next 2 days, we'll explore how sustainability and circularity must advance hand in hand towards net zero industry. We'll discuss how skill development must keep pace with both the green and the digital transition. We'll examine how AI, robotics, and extended reality are not replacing human, but are empowering them. We'll talk also how addictive, subtractive, and hybrid manufacturing are really getting together to generate more value with fewer resources. And most important, and again, we'll do that together. The World Manufacturing Foundation has always believed that our strength lies in collaboration. This foundation was built on the vision and commitment of our founding partners, Confindustria Lombardia and Politecnico of Milano, who understood from the very beginning that shaping the future manufacturing requires bringing the best minds and institutions together. And so even in these divided times, we have continued to build bridges. I want to acknowledge the extraordinary partners who make this global dialogue possible, the World Economic Forum, whose Global Lighthouse program shows us that what's possible when transformation is done right and scaled right. UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, which is working tirelessly global to ensure that no region is left behind in this industrial revolution. MTDG in America, INDAB in Africa, Intelligent Manufacturing in the Asia Pacific, and SPS Guangzhou in China, each bringing unique perspectives and connecting us to their vibrant manufacturing communities. Together, really, these partnerships represent more than just cooperation. They really represent the resistance. They represent resistance to division, resistance to isolation, resistance to the idea that progress must come at someone else's expense. 5 years from now, 2030, when we look back at this moment, what we will be saying? Will we say that this was the time where the manufacturing world fractured along geopolitical lines, or we will say that this was the time we choose actually to build those platforms, those roadmaps for shared progress, when we decided that the pace of technological change demands more collaboration and not less? The answer lies in what we do today, tomorrow, but particularly in the days to come. And I see a future where manufacturing is the engine of sustainable prosperity, as it's been for a very long time here in the Lombardy region in particular, where technology bridges gaps instead of creating them, where young people see our factories not as relics of the past, but as laboratories of the future. And I thank really the YML organization and community that will be here tomorrow afternoon, taking place here, and where made means more than a location. It means responsibility, it means innovation and shared progress. But the future isn't inevitable, it's a choice, and it starts here with us in this today. So the WMF community, really, let's use this time wisely, let's challenge each other, let's share boldly, let's disagree constructively. Let's build those roadmaps and that's those platforms, not just for our own companies or country, but really for an industry that continue to be humanity's most powerful tool for creating prosperity and solving problems. Before we dive into our first session, I really want to thank once again more our founding partners, Confindustria Lombardia and Politecnico Milano, for their unwavering vision and commitment, and Regione Lombardia for making this gathering possible. Most importantly, thank you, really, each of you, for choosing to be here, for believing that collaboration really matters. The future manufacturing is really being written right now. Really, let's make sure we write it together. I wish all of you, all of us, an inspiring and impactful World Manufacturing Forum 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Diego Andres, President of the World Manufacturing Foundation. This year, WMF takes place in a very special venue, which is in the heart of Milan, the headquarters of Regione Lombardia. And President Andres was mentioning the fact that this is one of the most advanced manufacturing regions in Europe. It is not just that. Regione Lombardia has supported from the very beginning WMF. So it's a pleasure to introduce the President of Regione Lombardia, Attilio Fontana. Please.
Grazie, buongiorno a tutti, benvenuti.
Thank you, good afternoon, and welcome to this edition of the World Manufacturing Forum, which year after year is becoming more and more relevant and more important. We are truly happy to host you here in the headquarters of the Lombardy region. It's been said already, and I wish to remind you that Regione Lombardia is the main manufacturing region on the European scale. And it has true importance both in import and export, and it is a reference, the main reference in our country. Regione Lombardia tries to implement active policies to be as close as possible to our entrepreneurs, to try and meet their needs and the needs that they show to us, even in these very difficult times. As I said, on the the year 2024 has been a very positive year. The first quarter of 2025 has proven to be stable despite the problems that on the geopolitical level can be seen every day all over the world. Well, now it is clear we need to make some more efforts and we need to try and fight together in order to overcome this difficulty. As I said, there are many initiatives, many contracts that we, and many tenders that we offer to our companies. One of those is devoted to energy efficiency, the SME tender to support the technological innovation of plants and equipment, and in order to reduce the environmental impact of SMEs. As for Quota Lombardia, has been an intervention that was truly successful and for which our region was awarded on the European level. It is a measure that supported and that is supporting the access to the stock market of SMEs in order to support them. And Nuova Impresa is a measure that works towards supporting the new entrepreneurship and competencies for the development and measures supporting training and upskilling project. And once again, Linea di Sviluppo Aziendale is devoted to SMEs and to help them invest on modernization and widening of the manufacturing sector. And let me remind you another initiative that this year is even more relevant, i.e. a measure to support the attractiveness of capital coming from abroad. In this context, Regione Lombardia is the main Italian region for capitals coming from abroad. We created a team, a group of employees and executives in order to be close to those entrepreneurs who want to set up an adventure on our territory. And then a series of a whole other things, for instance, innovation and development zones, which is the new way for development that we are trying to support, i.e. related to some industries and to those integrated ecosystems where we do not want just to put the companies of this sector, but we want to engage research centers, universities, credit institutions, in order to offer to those who want to set up an activity in a certain domain some territories that have specific capacity to give them whatever they need in that field. The specific logistic zone which we have for Mantua and Cremona docks, and then a whole other series of initiatives. What I would like to say to conclude my remarks is that Regione Lombardia firmly believes in the development of entrepreneurship. We firmly believe in the need that our audience, the public sector, is close to the private sector in order to support any kind of investment and in order to support and help them in any issues that may arise. So this is a kind of policy we truly believe in, and we are deeply convinced that thanks to the capacities and the skills of our entrepreneurs and to the flexibility they have to face the problems of the market, we are firmly convinced that together we can face and overcome the challenges that the market and the world are putting upon us. I wish you a very fruitful workshop, and I am sure that these 2 days will be inspirational to us as well. Thank you. Thank you, Presidente Fontana. Thank you.
Now we move over from Regione Lombardia to Confindustria Lombardia with President Giuseppe Pasini, who's also President of Feralpi Holding.
Buongiorno a tutti.
Good afternoon, everyone. I wish to thank the World Manufacturing Forum and its president, Diego Andres, for organizing the 13th edition of this forum. Its founders, the Politecnico di Milano, and with Marco Thais, the Intelligent Manufacturing System. I wish to greet and to thank Attilio Fontana, president of Regione Lombardia, who firmly believes in this strategic project for a region that puts the manufacturing sector at its core. Lombardy produces 23% of the national GDP with 490 billion euros, and it is the first Italian region in terms of export with 164 billion euros, which equals 26.2% of the global national amount, and also it is among the first manufacturing regions in Europe. If we look at the manufacturing sector, Lombardy is among the first in Europe in terms of number of enterprises, with more than 80,000 companies out of a total of 800,000, and it's second for added value with 82.3 billion euros. The instability of the global economic context, which is worsened by trade uncertainties and by conflicts, the weakness of the dollar, and also the serious mistakes in Brussels, are pushing and risks our perspective of growth for Lombardy. Despite this, in the second quarter of this year, our region will have plus 0.4%, and we estimate that we will get to plus 0.6% this year. The manufacturing vocation is close to internationalization, which emerged with the 2025 report by Confindustria Lombardia, where 95% of Lombardy companies that have been interviewed do export. The turnover share of Lombardy companies has increased by 44.7% against 44.2% in 2023. 21 countries are served by Lombardy in terms of export. The European markets are still our main targets for sales, with Germany 50.5% of companies, France 49%, and Spain 29.8%. The United States account for 30.3%, are among our first extra-European partners. China ranks the 8th with 10.8%. Among emerging countries, our companies are trying to look at, well, in addition to traditional markets, also at other countries, where we can find India, for instance, with 15%, and Saudi Arabia with 10%. Our industrial fabric wants to prove an impressive flexibility and ability to adapt. But also, we need to make the manufacturing sector at the center of national and European policies. Companies cannot compete alone in the current context of global uncertainty. Uncertainty is the number one enemy of people who make enterprises, and over the last few years, Italian and European companies are having a hard time, not just because of global issues that we all know, conflicts and so on, but also the main factor that worries entrepreneurs the most is paradoxically what should be represented. So our point of view, which is the European context, in an era where Europe is undermined by wrong choices, we need to reaffirm and raise awareness on the importance of the manufacturing sector, which is the heart of the Italian, Lombardy, and continental economy. And it is the only sector that is able to generate wealth and well-being in the long term for the community. The WMF, as proven over the last few years, works in this direction. We were able to bring added value to Lombardy over the last few years with its annual report and the recommendations for companies, but also through the internationalization of the event and of the constant monitoring of new technologies and innovations, in addition to the criticalities that have an impact on companies and their supply chains. The horizon that the WMF will need to have, without losing sight of the activities that they already carry out in an excellent way, is to become a tool to attract new investments in the Lombardy region. That is why we need new and constant collaboration with regional institutions that already is there, so that this work is intertwined with the policies promised by the Regione Lombardia and to attract investment to benefit citizens, enterprises and society. I wish you a fruitful forum. Thank you. Thank you, President Pasini.
All about innovation and applied research. So we're pleased to welcome to the WMF Assessore Alessandro Fermi, che è Assessore for University Research and Innovation della Regione Lombardia. Assessore, benvenuto. Bene, buongiorno a tutti. Innanzitutto grazie.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you very much for this invitation. President, Mr. Cattaneo, so thank you very much. My greetings to you. So I'm really glad to see that the World Manufacturing Forum this year is held here in the Lombardy region. We have discussed about that. We have talked about that, and I think that this is for us as the Lombardy region, and I hope it is also for you, a reason for new synergies, a synergy that is reconfirmed by this appointment right now, and maybe in the following years we'll have the same appointment here in this region. So together with President Fontana, we wanted to support this initiative for different reasons. This is a moment to take stock of the situation, and I think this is a very good opportunity to try to improve and correct our actions, to try to implement new initiatives, not on the base of tools that are maybe part of other reasoning, so they should be part of the work of the groups of this annual meeting that is so extremely important. I deal with innovation, and I've been dealing with that for some years in Regione Lombardia, and the relationship with Confindustria has been extraordinary in terms of collaboration. So starting from a concept of collaboration and willingness to collect inputs, because I know that people daily deal with the real aspects as for manufacturing, and also companies and enterprises that are the pride of this region, and so they must be the ones giving indications that might be translated by us into provisions that should be useful as for the historical moment we're living in. And my wish is that this collaboration starts creating concrete results. For example, mathematically speaking, we have doubled the resources available. We have talked about the award by Regione Lombardia for manufacturing, thanks to Mr. President Fontana. So the resources are there, and we have been implementing them in terms of research and development, also for the European planning. And this is a wonderful result, an important result. It's not just a matter of doubling resources, but this is a way to show that this sector is the focus of our attention, because it is the driver for our economy. It is the driver for the development of the Italian system, and above all, the Lombardy region system. We know that in the Lombardy region there is the DNA related to innovation, and we need to foster it by using more and more resources. And we also need to understand how to spend these resources and how to benefit from these resources. And I have to say that in these 2.5 years, we have had a wonderful collaboration. And for the first measures created, we have seen wonderful results, not just in terms of engagement and participation, but also in terms of return as for the structure of the measures. So we are now building new resources, and the attempt is, considering all the limitations related to the EU norms and so on, to streamline everything, not just access, but also the participation in tenders. And we are also focusing on different topics. So one of the topics I'd like to focus on is to improve the relationships between the university system in the Lombardy region, because we are talking about excellences, and I don't want to use too much this word, but this is the perfect way of describing it, and the word of the enterprises in the Lombardy region. And so I think this is a further step that needs to be taken, and also the possibility to create initiatives that obviously have an economic outcome related to that. This is a very important political signal that we want to convey. Last month we have published a new initiative that is about to financing the university system. This initiative wants to improve the technological implementation, so technologies from the research centers, the labs in the universities. And this is part of the PNRR, and the main target and the main request is the following. So these investments come from the public field, and so they should be shared and they should be available for the enterprises of the Lombardy region. There we have two targets. The first one is to improve the attractiveness of our universities as for research, and the second one is to put in place for the enterprises in our region some structures that can be very expensive and can be actually implemented thanks to this collaboration. And the third target, the main one, is to enhance the collaboration between these two economic systems that are interconnected and must be strengthened. In the following months, we'll go on with this collaboration path, even there with some very innovative measures that are related to some topics that are connected to entrepreneurial initiatives like the startup one. This is a topic that we need to have as a focus. We have worked on that. The idea is to have a kind of publication or a project, and I hope that this idea can engage the market, but right now the situation is too difficult in Italy, so I don't want to compare it to the US model, because for sure we are talking about different financial tools, but we need to try to change our direction in order to be able to benefit from the great ability that we have in Lombardy region to be innovator from different point of views. So I think that public funding can be used in order to experiment different ideas, projects, and we need to allow these ideas to lend to the market. And I think that for the Lombardy region, this is a perfect target that needs to be addressed. And so I think that the glass that I see is half full for sure. And I like to thank, to conclude, these 2.5 years of collaboration with Confindustria. Thank you for giving me very important suggestions that are now giving very good results, such as the return related to these measures. And I think that this should be the model at the basis of this wonderful collaboration. I'd like to conclude by thanking you for deciding to have this important event here in the House of Lombardy region. And I am willing then to receive feedback vis-a-vis this event in order to have an overview and to take stock of the current situation and to correct something if it's good to correct something. So I look for your inputs in order then to plan the following 2.5 years we have ahead. Thank you very much and enjoy this forum. Thank you very much, Mr. Fermi.
Manufacturing Forum today. He is scientific chairman and he's professor of sustainable manufacturing at Politecnico di Milano. Professor Marco Taisch, welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody, and let's get into the content of the World Manufacturing Forum 2025. I would kindly ask to put the slides of the program here. This year we have decided to talk about key technologies, but not from the technological point of view, not from the technological implementation. This is not a scientific conference. The aim is to discuss how technologies will be able to have impact on the future of manufacturing. We are talking about large multinational company, we are talking about small and medium-sized enterprises. I'm very happy that we will start with 3 keynote speakers, and they will be later on presented. They will open the eyes of our international event, and then later on we are going through a number of panels that you see here and this afternoon and tomorrow morning. What we are going to address is the fact that those technologies will have impact on circularity, for example. Those technologies will have impact on what are the organizational dimension of the organizations. These technologies will have impact also on the way we do businesses. We have been talking a lot about AI in the last few years, and AI is definitely a very important technology, but it's not the only digital technology that we have to consider. There are many other technologies that goes into the large topic of digital transformation and on ecological transformation. The format that we have this year is with 3 panelists per each of the panel that will discuss their point of view, and as you see from the panelists, we have been asking companies who are providing technologies, mainly companies who are providing technology, to come and share their perspective and their views. But the audience is from the other side is an audience where is constituted by managers, policymakers, and for this reason we are continuing with the tradition of the World Manufacturing Forum. There is something new also this year. As normally we have the report, publish and share at the event. We have decided this year, considering in particular the, let me say, very complex topic, also to include in the report that we are going to publish in few weeks, also the contribution of the speakers from the World Manufacturing Forum. So very soon you will be informed when the report is published, in order to have, as it was last year, more than 10,000 downloads of our document, of our white paper, and for the vision of the World Manufacturing Forum. Thank you very much, and I think we should start to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. All right, and right before we start with the rundown that Marco Tanish has just introduced, we received a message from the Minister for Enterprises and Made in Italy. Therefore, so I'll switch back to Italian to read the message, il messaggio del Ministro Urso, che ringrazia la World Manufacturing Foundation e tutti.
The minister that thanks the World Manufacturing Foundation and the partners for the invitation by saying that this allows us to talk about artificial intelligence, automation, internet. And so these technologies are not just tools, but they are the foundations on which we can build competitiveness, sustainability, and resilience of companies. Every sector, according to Mr. Urso, should consider them as part of their processes that they are enabling, because they open up the path to new growth opportunities and new supply chains. So according to the minister, in Europe, this is related to the digital sovereignty that goes through autonomous technologies and innovation. So the Ministry of Made in Italy is at the forefront and started different initiatives in collaboration vis-à-vis the quantum computing and augmented and virtual realities. These initiatives have been approved by the Committee for Technological Transition. And so the minister also says that we have just published the strategy for attracting investment in terms of data centers. So the principle is to guarantee infrastructures to store, process, and have safe data without external actions. And so the ministry also participates to some European projects about supercalculum and so on. So we also have the first AI in Italy that is related to Europe, and we are also engaged in the Edge Factory project in order to reduce the dependency of hubs from gigafactories, in order to enhance the ability that we have based on artificial intelligence. We are engaged on different projects in order to have projects among European states in order to reduce the fragmentation of the single market. So we want to have Italy in a new European balance, and we want to consider and also strengthen a European supply chain that can value research, attract investments, and ensure that enabling technology development is in line with the European values and rights. So digital sovereignty is a collective project, an industrial policy that wants to strengthen competitiveness of European Union and guarantee the technological future that should be solid and robust and based on independence. Thank you very much and enjoy the forum. So we'd like to thank Minister Urso for this message.
Speaker Xiaoming Zhang comes from the World Economic Forum, and she's specialist in initiative and communities for advanced manufacturing and supply chain. As you know, the World Economic Forum has been pioneering the idea of global lighthouse as industry that succeeded in applying new technologies that can inspire other companies to scale up on those success. Please, Xiaoming Zhang, I leave the stage to you.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests and colleagues. It's a really great pleasure to participate in this year's World Manufacturing Forum. Let me begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to the World Manufacturing Foundation for convening this gathering of global manufacturing leaders, innovators, and policymakers. We are living through a period of profound transformation. The manufacturing world is not only adapting to new technologies, but also redefining what progress means for competitiveness, for sustainability, and for people. At the World Economic Forum, through the Center for Advanced Manufacturing and Supply Chains, our mission is to bring together the global manufacturing supply chain ecosystem to drive responsible transformation that benefits both industry and society. Today, I wanted to talk about how this mission comes to life through the Global Lighthouse Network, a World Economic Forum initiative that is reshaping the future of manufacturing and setting new benchmark for digital transformation at scale. I wanted to start my presentation with a global context. In 2025, supply chain uncertainty has reached unprecedented level. The disruptions we face are no longer cyclical. They are structural and fundamentally altering how the world's manufacturer operates. The latest World Economic Forum research has identified 8 drivers of such uncertainties, ranging from fragmented globalization, resource constraints, climate disruption, changing consumer behaviors, and emerging regulatory regimes. And what is truly striking is how the leaders in the manufacturing community are responding. We see 3 major strategic shifts has been taken by them. The first is geographic diversification. The second is multi-sourcing and collaboration, using regional network of suppliers and partners to increase flexibility and agility. The third, very importantly and linked to today's topic, is technology-enabled resilience and growth, embedding artificial intelligence, analytics, and digital tools to create transparencies and enhance the speed in decision-making. This shift marked the need of a transition from surviving the shock to building strategic resilience. And this is where the Global Lighthouse Network plays a transformative role. When we launched this initiative in 2018, over 70% of manufacturers were stuck in what we called pilot purgatory, small-scale digital experiment without scaling impact. The Global Lighthouse Network was born as an impartial and pre-competitive collaboration platform, bringing together the companies, recognize, and award those that had successfully scaled FIRE technologies across their operations and supply chains. The goal was very simple yet ambitious: to accelerate technology adoption and also the impact through open sharing of best practices. Each of the Lighthouse Factory recognized has demonstrated excellence in at least one of the 5 key performance dimensions in this STAR approach. The 5 metrics including productivity, supply chain resilience, environmental sustainability, talent, and customer centricity. We highlight this STAR approach to showcase that a successful transformation does not only lies in productivity improvement, but also lies in all these key performance domains that are very important. As of September this year, we have 201 manufacturing sites has joined the Global Lighthouse Network, spanning 18 industries across the globe. And these lighthouse factories has demonstrated significant impact on several critical operating and financial metrics. We have observed from these lighthouse factories up to 250% of productive increase, up to 70% reductions in operating cost, 25 to 30% in energy efficiency improvement, 50 to 100% improvements in lead time and agility. These numbers are the measurable proof of what happens when technology meets purpose. So let's deep dive into these lighthouse factories. So the question is, what sets these lighthouses apart? Why are they able to scale transformation while some others are still struggling? In my presentation, I wanted to highlight a few key enablers that we have identified through the Lighthouse Network of a scalable and high-impact transformation. First, on agility, those lighthouse factories adopt cross-functional and agile teams that are capable of developing multiple use cases in parallel. They iterate fast, learn continuously, and think in ways of innovation, not in isolated pilot. On technology, those lighthouse sites build modern and modular architectures that allow for scalable and interoperable solutions rather than one-off experiment. On talent, the factories invest in people, reskilling and upskilling not only through traditional training programs, but also through digital learning pathways that build capability and confidence across all levels of employees. On adoption and governance, they create mechanisms to scale what works very well, embedding governance mechanisms and communication channels that make adoption part of how the business runs. Last but not least, also very importantly on data strategy, those lighthouse factories align their business strategy with digital priorities, supported by enterprise data lakes that serve as a single source of truth for advanced analytics and AI. Together, these enablers form the foundation for scaling the digital transformation effectively based on our lighthouse experience. As we look into the future, AI is really becoming the new engine of transformation. In this slide, you can see the percentage of AI-enabled use cases in the Lighthouse applications. The graphic shows that since 2022, there is a significant increase in the number of AI-enabled use cases, both for the surging number of analytical AI and also emerging number of generative AI. And those AI use cases has been applied across various of functional scenarios as demonstrated on the right-hand side of the chart. We also find that more and more lighthouse factories are using AI not only for optimization, but also for prediction, personalization, and autonomous decision-making, drive what we call intelligent operations. With the rise of emerging technologies like AI, we believe the next frontier of transformation is about technology, but not just only technological. So looking ahead, I wanted to share with you and highlight 3 key lessons from the latest Lighthouse recognized. The first lesson is purpose-driven transformation drives skills. The most successful organizations link their technology investment to clear outcomes, improving both performance and societal impact. They don't digitize for efficiency only, they also do that for sustainability, inclusion, and resilience. The second lesson is people remain the ultimate differentiator. Frontline adoption is a true signal of transformation success. Lighthouse are redefining work design and talent development, blending human creativity with digital capability. The Lighthouse factories are proving that technology does not replace people, it empowers them to deliver greater value. The third lesson is sustainability is moving from eco-efficient improvement to system-level transformation. Tech-enabled decarbonization, circular design, new materials are creating the foundation for sustainability lighthouse that are leading the net zero innovation. Based on this sustainability lighthouse experience, we also find that productivity improvement, profitability, and positive environmental impact can go hand in hand and reinforce each other. To summarize, the Lighthouse is not just about technology for its own sake. It's about creating an environment where technology and human reinforce each other. As the world faces increasing uncertainty and flexibility and complexity, the imperative for collaboration has never been stronger. Through the Lighthouse Network, we have seen the power of open knowledge sharing and cross-industry collaboration. At the Center for Advanced Manufacturing and Supply Chains, we host a platform of growing global community leaders who are shaping the next generation of manufacturing excellence. We have collected over 7 of digital use cases from the Lighthouse factories and organized virtual site visits to those factories to enhance a mutual learning journey. And we invite all of you to learn more about our work and also engage with us. Together, I believe we can define manufacturing not only as a driver for economic growth, but also as a very powerful force for resilience, sustainability, and an inclusive global economy. And thank you very much. This is the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much, Minzongo. Thank you so much. And this was another example of the collaboration of the World Manufacturing Forum with international think tank like the World Economic Forum. Now, we are ready for the presentation of the WMF report, which is traditionally one of the bases of the discussion we're going to have during today and tomorrow. And so I leave the floor to David Romero, who's Scientific Vice Chairman of WMF, and he's teacher and professor of advanced manufacturing at the Tecnológico de Monterrey in Mexico. Welcome again, David.
Thank you very much. So last year, we presented a report where we're looking to new perspectives for the future of manufacturing with an Outlook 2030. And one important thing that we were discussing last year was this tipping points concept. That moment in time that before we reach it, we must do something, we must act, we must be prepared. So whatever we have done for good, hopefully in advance, the consequence of that positive behavior, of that positive proactive actions will accelerate. In those cases where we haven't done the work, then crossing that tipping point may create a more difficult situation. So having this outlook towards the 2030 and this sense of urgency, the good news that we were discussing last year is that we have the key enabling technologies. Most of the problems we are facing and we are going to be facing over the next years, the tools are available, so it's a matter of a decision. It's a matter of action taken from government, of course, through industrial policy, from companies betting on innovation, and then, of course, universities, academia accelerating the transfer of those innovative tools, those key enabling technologies, to have the right toolkit to face the challenges ahead. Therefore, this year we decided to go with the topic of key enabling technologies, so our toolkit, our tool set, and then how we can materialize, how we can strategize those key enabling technologies, and for doing that we need roadmaps and, of course, technology platforms. Of course, we look always into the future, so we have the factory of the future, and there will always be a factory of the future. It's continuous improvement, continuous innovation, what keeps you ahead. And the factory of the future more or less looks as an ecosystem, and this is a word that we have already heard a couple of times with our previous presenters. So it's an ecosystem of different technologies, some new ones, some classical ones that continue to evolve, and we have picked this ecosystem and separated in different key technology platforms, where the key here again is the word ecosystem, and the challenge is the integration and the interoperability of a set of technologies to materialize the factory of the future, which of course needs to be driven by creating social and environmental impact, technology acting as an enabler, and then of course humans, us, using our creativity, our ingenuity, our capacity for innovation to create differentiators in those expected outcomes in terms, again, of social impact and environmental impact, positive one, for our society on our planet. What is the state of play that we see now at the global manufacturing sector? The first one is the roadmap ahead that we have when it comes to green manufacturing, sustainable manufacturing, circular manufacturing, and nowadays we even start calling about regenerative manufacturing. But beyond, let's say, talking about different concepts, the challenge is moving even beyond the idea of carbon neutral. I mean, that has now come in many countries a regulation. We want to be net zero, but in many cases, life is like that. It's not always fair. We have different nations in different conditions. So those who are more privileged, actually, they need to contribute with climate positive action. So they need to go net positive to be able to compensate and help those which are a little bit behind in the roadmap, in the effort of becoming more sustainable for our planet. So the challenges here, what is the state of play if we want to act as a manufacturing sector, which we are the most important one contributing to the GDP of nations around the world. If we really want to contribute to the people, to the planet, to the prosperity, we must become net zero, we must become climate positive, and this needs to be done by, of course, trying to reduce first, so also our role as consumers is important. Substitute next will require, of course, already some re-engineering, and of course, innovation, which will require our ingenuity. So we know the numbers, I would not go there, but of course the challenge is again going beyond net zero. Next one, it's the skills, and we talk a lot about human centricity nowadays with the Industry 5.0. Actually, human centricity starts with us, with the people, and actually with the demographics and availability of the people. So in order to develop talent, first we need to have talent. So we need to talk also about skill shortage before we start talking about skill gaps. And when we go into talking about skills and skill gaps, we particularly need to focus on two: digital and green. These are the two industrial transformations that we required. So we need green and digital skills in our workforce. And quoting, of course, the World Economic Forum, love these quotes: skills are the currency of the future. They determine whatever technology becomes an opportunity and as a trend. And another definition that I love to talk about, it's the idea of smart manufacturing. And smart manufacturing is going to be the integration, the marriage between information, technology, and human ingenuity, because technology will always be as good as its users. Next one is, of course, securing critical raw materials and rare earths. Manufacturing, on one side, is the mix of things that makes it challenging and complex, but ingredients could be reduced basically to, of course, raw materials, energy, water, information, and labor. And we have seen important challenges nowadays, even some of these topics we covered last year when we talked about the geopolitics of manufacturing, the challenge of securing the right raw materials for the key enabling technologies that would allow us to become more sustainable, more human-centric, more resilient, again, using technology as an enabler. And then the important role, and we will have a special panel for that, to talk about the important role of recycling these rare materials, especially for those countries that don't process them. Once we reach the need of those materials that we cannot cover it by simply buying them, it would be important to have the capacity to recycle them. So once the products have arrived to our territory, we should be able to recycle and keep those raw materials that are missing from our soil to be able to use it in our local and regional manufacturing systems. Of course, we are building new manufacturing processes. Additive manufacturing is allowing us to become more sustainable, to dematerialize, to lightweight many products. Hybrid manufacturing is allowing us to create a new ecosystem where we're able to compress lead times, and especially in an economy where we expect to have everything in less than 48 hours delivered at home. Of course, that's for consumer products. For industrial products, it's a little bit more challenging, but again, the technologies are there available to support. The other thing that we already have some comments about it is the state of play of our role and the role of artificial intelligence. The more on one side that we see the discussions about AI and robotics and automation in taking, yes, some jobs. On the other side, we see even now a little bit more the cases where we're seeing that it's not about artificial intelligence. The future, it's about augmented intelligence and beyond. And we believe that the future of manufacturing lies, again, not in replacing the human expertise, but augmenting it through intelligence. And again, co-piloting with AI and using AI to become even a smarter society and a smarter industry. Then last two items that we're covering as part of the program is robotics. It's not selecting one technology. It's about finding the right combination of technology, industrial robots, collaborative robots, aerial robots in the sense of drones, that's how commonly we know them, of course mobile robots, autonomous or guided. It's really about preparing our factories for a new ecosystem of multi-robot systems interacting once again with the human, having the human still at the center of our factories. And the last one is the next digital frontier, where we see augmented, extended, augmented virtual extended, and even the industrial metaverse helping to enhance our understanding, having the human in the loop, our understanding of these complex but very highly capable manufacturing systems that we're trying to build, capable once again to deliver that environmental, that societal performance that we need to contribute to our economies in a responsible way. How we materialize this, how we bring the discourse, the vision into action, Marco was mentioning. First of all, we need strategic roadmaps. Roadmaps, what again try to do is to make us think in a foresight way, identify where are the milestones, what are those tipping points that before they arrive we need to be ready, and what needs to be done to get there. So when we talk about digital transformation, doesn't happen from one day to another, or a green transformation. It requires a journey, and we need to have a clear journey, because as Alice in Wonderland, as the cat was saying to Alice, if we don't know where we're going, then anyway could be a good way, but unfortunately may not bring us to the place that we want to be at the end of our journey. So two very important strategic roadmaps that we see. First one, of course, how we move to net zero industries in the short term and in the medium term to the idea of climate positive. And the second one, again, is the skills. We are the main enablers, even though we're talking about key enabling technologies, but the enablers of those key enabling technologies are always going to be the humans crafting, developing such technologies and applying them to solve relevant problems for the industry. So for the first one, and this year, I'm sorry about the slides, the editorial team did a great job, but what is important to see here is when we look into the journey towards net zero, and I think that's the main contribution when we talk about circular economy. We need to make business sense of the environment and why we want to, for example, move to be net positive, because, or why we want, later on we talk about the recycling technology platforms, why we want to be sustainable, because we're running out of materials and because we are running out of good air quality for our workers, and we don't guarantee that, then therefore there's no manufacturing. So we need to make a business sense of this, so we always look at different technologies, different products and services, different business models and markets. Nowadays, we're, of course, trying to do compliance with ESG frameworks, but again, we need to start moving very quickly beyond simple compliance and start focusing on closing the supply chains, because that's the main enabler for circular manufacturing. And once we have built this important infrastructure of closed loop supply chains, how we can move to the biggest challenge ahead, that hopefully that would be what is going to be required to achieve our environmental goals according to the Paris Agreement, is to start exploring regenerative manufacturing concepts. How manufacturing can give more back to what it has taken. So we take 1 liter of water to produce, how our social and environmental responsibility extends in a way that we build the recycling capacity for that resource for water, and for each water that we take, we give 2 back. For every product that we recover, we have, of course, the virgin raw materials that we're extracting, plus the products that we are getting, maybe even from our competitors, but how our responsibility extends and use even the products of our competitors to recycling, to recover those rare earths, those critical raw materials for the future in a regenerative vision. Skills, once again, talent, it's a very complex topic. I mean, sometimes, you know, we look into the sky and we see a very bright star, and we believe, okay, that's a beautiful star and still shining. Well, maybe because of the distance, that star has already passed away. The star has already died. And when it comes to talent, when it comes to demographics, again, requires a lot of foresight. I mean, it takes a couple of years, right, to, of course, make a baby to grow, baby go to school, reach to an age of being able to join the workforce. So it requires a good understanding, once again, of demographics, good understanding of the talent pipeline to guarantee the social sustainability of manufacturing, so we can guarantee that we have the right people to use the technologies that we're going to be talking during this time to solve the environmental problems, the economic problems or challenges that we have. And here, what we see, of course, is also the need to have a talent pipeline, a talent strategy that works with the large group of experienced workers that we have, that are reaching their end of life cycle in the workforce, and how even in some cases we will need to use technology, augmented technology, to extend their stay, to create again a good transition between the Generation X leaving the generation millennial sustaining, and then of course having the generation Z and Alpha joining and supporting our industries. So demographics, again, working with large groups of experienced workers with the new entrants, then dealing with the retirement, extending in some cases the retirement depending on the demographics of the country, and then of course preparing the workforce, which once again will require, as our economies, as technology, as our products become more dynamic, we will need a more polyvalent workforce. That's also when we talk about resiliency in manufacturing. From the perspective of human centricity, that means creating a workforce that is more multi-skilled. We talk, of course, a lot about upskilling, reskilling. That's the short term. The medium to long term is actually thinking in multi-skilling to contribute to the resiliency of our factories. So we have this polyvalence, this capacity to use the workers and move the workers around, also to make more engaging the work at manufacturing. Two very important roadmaps. People, so important, having a target, a goal, so net positive, climate positive, short term, of course, net zero, people at the heart, their skills, their creativity, their ingenuity, using the technology to create differentiators, to solve the problems that we have. We will need to go and we will need to use these skills, this green and digital mindset, based on these key enabling technologies to move forward, because we need to think in a different level to the level that originally created the challenges that we are facing nowadays, as Einstein will say, and I guess that was a smart guy saying it. What we did when it came to the technology, it's about, again, ecosystem. It's about working together to go further. And we are presenting the report in 3 levels that integrate our technology platforms. The first one is, of course, we need leadership. We need someone responsible to coordinate the platforms. That's why we have a lot of initiative, and the new reality, it's competition. We need to get used to collaborate and compete at the same time, and that's what is going to require to solve the challenges ahead. So we need the technology platform coordinator. We need different solution providers. Again, the Factory of the Future one was exemplifying the case of the multi-robotic systems. It's not picking one or the other, but it's finding the right mix. So it's a little bit of science on one side, but on the other side, it's about art. A little bit of art, writing the right recipe, the right mix. That's why also when we talk about STEM plus A. So the art is still very relevant, because especially in manufacturing, craftsmanship and uniqueness is what makes the differentiator. And then, of course, the end users. Let me go quickly through each one. So what we did for each of these ones, I'm not going to go into detail, just highlight some aspects. The first one is the recycling platforms for securing critical raw materials for sustainable and resilient future. I love when sometimes some people take the periodic table, and rather than putting the indices of each element, actually they put the number of years that it still will have available that raw material. Raw materials will go away, so we need to focus. If we want to keep manufacturing things, we need to recycle, and that will require, once again, an ecosystem effort, bringing together different technologies to separate physically, chemically, and then process the raw materials to recover them. We'll need a complex system, will require reverse logistics supply chains. So this is the aspect that we're highlighting here, the importance, once again, of collaboration, of building ecosystems through logistics to recover the raw materials, and using, of course, digital technologies to digitalize and manage better the data, the information, and the material flows in the reverse logistics. There are a lot of solution providers, but this is also a big area of opportunity to continue working and developing more technologies for physical and chemical separation of products. We're not yet there. Europe is doing a good progress with the new law of repairability, but it's only about designing for repairability, it's also designing for disassembly and for recycling. So a lot of innovation opportunities there. And then of course the end users, also being part of the take back systems of giving back the product so they can be properly handled at the end. Then we move, of course, to new ways of transforming those raw materials into finished products. So once again, here similar, and this is also part of the discussion of the panels. Actually, we designed the program this year a little bit, so we have experts in each of the technologies, additive, subtractive, and hybrid. And the idea is to have discussions when we look into coordinating these ecosystems, how we're going to combine these technologies. What is the right combination of additive, subtractive, even forming, laser, hybrid manufacturing technologies to produce my products in a differentiated way, which again, it would be how I can produce them faster, more environmental friendly, more personalized, with better quality for our customers. And then for that, we will need a mix of integrators, of different softwares, because designing and processing raw materials in additive is different. So if we really want to leverage the capabilities of additive and hybrid manufacturing, it's a different way of thinking, it's a different mindset, it's a different way of designing for additive and hybrid as we traditionally have done for subtractive. And again, with environmental or personalization outcomes in mind. So software developers who are going to particularly play a very important role here in supporting us with new next generation of CAD systems and CAE systems to design and simulate and test what are the new frontiers of design based on these new kind of manufacturing technologies. And then, of course, the users that we are going to be leveraging these capacities. Agents, so already we talked a little bit about this. It's not only particular for us, it's not about AI, it's about industrial artificial intelligence. It's about finding the next frontier of smartness. So how we are going to design for better collaboration between AI and humans. I think AI is now reaching a good level of maturity as a technology, but once again, the differentiation is going to be the competitive advantage. It's going to be in, yes, mixing this artificial intelligence, this cognitive automation in some operations with some other operations that will require what we call the augmented intelligence. So the challenge ahead for the coordinators of the platforms is how we are going to be supporting companies to find the right balance between AI and EI, and how we're going to be designing, especially with the help of the solution providers, how we're going to be designing these interfaces. I think the challenge now is really, we have become smarter, we have augmented our intelligence as humans. We continue to develop tools to make our work easier, more engaging, better. We have built cognitive automation with AI to allow things that are not relevant for us to be done in an automated way, but I think the next, again, frontier to be worked on is smart interfaces. We want to be able to interact, to collaborate, to brainstorm in a more intuitive way with the cognitive automation, with the intelligent personal assistants than we do nowadays. And then here, the co-design is going to be extremely relevant. The next generation of co-pilots that we already seen are not true human-centric. We need to engage more in make them more work for us and in the more natural way that we interact with other workers. Multi-robotic platforms, I think this is one of the key enabling technologies that is more strong, more solidified. And again, it will require a lot of systems integration, systems interoperability, that systems integrators, particularly here, will play an extremely important role. In collaboration, of course, with the different solution providers of all sorts of robots, from, of course, humanoid robots, which is the state of the art nowadays in robotics, but also more classical robots, such as the industrial robots, the collaborative robots, the mobile robots, and even in combination with AI, what we call the software robots. And particularly for those cases that even though we will have autonomous robots on the shop floor, they're not going to be alone. The factory of the future is going to be an environment where we're going to be working together, some AGVs on the shop, on the floor, some robot arms sharing the workbench with us, and of course even some drones, internal drones flying over our heads as we work in a great environment. Just to start moving to the closing, then of course a lot of these will require a lot of testing. So the industrial metaverse, the extended realities will be the place to work with different types of simulations, test our creativity, test our ingenuity to design solutions for the future. And again, end users, particularly here, will play an extremely relevant point. Being said this, let me wrap up with our 10 recommendations. 5 are focused on how to do good road mapping. The other 5 are focused on how to do good technology platform building. So the first one is define strategic goals, define strategic priorities. We need to have, since the beginning, what must be done and when must be done, and what are the skills, the technology, and the culture that will be required. We need to actively engage everyone. We need to bring down the strategy into the show floor and promote adoption of technology, not implementation of technology. And I highlight this aspect of this proper wording of adoption. People need to embrace the technology, and we need to bring everyone into the table of discussion, because new technology will change the way we work, hopefully for the better. This must be done in the short term, so we need to have clear time horizons, our time stones, and as we move on, we need to celebrate those milestones, those mini victories. We need to design structured implementation plans. So we do, yes, road mapping is a great strategic tool, but then we need to bring this down into actionable steps that people at the show floor can implement. And of course, once we have translated strategic plans into tactics, into best practices on the show floor, we need to monitor, we need to update, we need to communicate and follow up the efforts that we're conducting. Now changing to the technology platforms. Again, we need to prioritize. We cannot do everything at the same time. We need to define what is the key enabling technology for you, for your company, what is the right technology platform to start working with, and then define what is the value proposition. I think digital transformation, it's a market, it must be a market pull, not a market push exercise. You pull the technology, you need to understand what the technology can and cannot do, and how you can make it work for you and create a value proposition for what you need as a company. You need, of course, not all technologies are our workforce, our infrastructure, our lines are ready for, so we need to, before actually we select our technology platform, or as part of the selection, we need to assess for digital or green readiness, maturity. We need, of course, to provide justification. It's not technology for the sake of technology, otherwise maybe it's a discussion of the marketing department just to say, hey, I have a 3D printer, I have a robot, I'm 4.0. If it's really a matter of the people in the show floor, we need to justify where is going to come the return of investment. Are we creating cost savings with the key enabling technology, which are paying for it? Or are we creating new manufacturing capabilities with the technology that, again, allowing us to create the return of investment expected? And we must ensure that the selected technology platform is integrated with all the systems. Once again, the challenge, the most important thing, it's building the ecosystem, and an ecosystem that must be interoperable and must be integrated with old and new technologies, because technology transformation requires transition. Lastly, we train. I cannot stress more. Technology will always be as good as its users. That's the true meaning of human centricity. Prepare your workforce with the right skills to be able to use the technology in the best possible way. So just very quickly, thank you very much, to the editorial board that make this possible, and also our advisory board. Thank you very much.
Just before we let you go, just a quick question, which is about the publication, because you know the timing of the publication every year.
Yes,
this
so
year is
we
different.
decided to make it a little bit different. As you saw, the topics this year, it's a little bit, we normally, Marco was saying, we focus a lot on strategy. We serve the community. The community wanted something in between strategy and operation. So we built this report, but since the report requires a bit more of detail to be discussed, as you saw my last slide, we're going to be preparing a set of webinars. I only have 25 minutes to present here every year, and people were saying that's too little. We need more time to discuss. So we have decided to launch during January and February a set of webinars where we're going to be discussing each of these technology platforms and roadmaps so we can support your industrial transformation, which is the main role of the foundation.
So maybe to integrate also the roundtable that
of
we're
course,
going to
yes,
have
that's
today and tomorrow on the main topics that you discussed. And
Marco
introduced.
already said that, that's why I didn't mention in that, but that's our main challenges.
Thank you again, David.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, keynote speeches before roundtable begins. Welcome Olaf Pannenbacher, who is chairman of the European Factories of the Future Research Association and senior vice president for manufacturing at Würth Group in Germany. Welcome back to the World Manufacturing Forum.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for having me here a second time. Yes, I cannot speak as fast as you can, David, but I can really recommend reading and further exploring this report. Last year, with the Tipping Point report, it was really a lot of fun for me personally to go through this. My topic today is to present to you a bit more details about what EFRA is doing and what EFRA stands for, and also the roadmap that is preparing the way for the framework program number 10, which is about to launch in the year 2028. And with this, I would like to share with you a little bit about what we are preparing. It's all about what we are doing. It's all about to get closer to our members and also to the factories and research organizations within the European frame, but also we have outside of Europe some members. We have conducted, meanwhile, 16 years of age, a series of events, different levels of events, the European Manufacturing Conference, for instance, but also we are looking for more and more members to come in, and they are coming in to join in and to bring in their questions and their challenges and also their ideas into our working groups and also into our events. We have supported, meanwhile, 400 projects, so our database, which is accessible via our web site, you can certainly also explore and find maybe also solutions for related problems that you might have when you are looking into your company. So what makes it really unique is that we have a kind of cooperation with the European Commission, which was the basis for both programs, the Factory of the Futures from 2010 to 2020, but also for the Made in Europe program 21 to 27. And of course, we want to continue now with the framework program number 10 as well in the future. And don't forget, I mean, in the European Union, we are talking about, when we talk about manufacturing, a huge number of people that are employed and working in the area of manufacturing. It's nothing less than 30 million people in the European Union. And of course, in manufacturing, there's a lot of topics that drive the research and innovation productivity and the exports. In Europe, compared to the overall worldwide GDP, manufacturing provides 15%, which is more or less average to the global, so we are on the same level. When you look in the past, 400, 500 projects, demonstrators were showcasting. It's important to always show demonstrators, so that makes the dissemination of our results in the project much more tangible to our industry. And we are now focusing on green manufacturing circularity, on human centricity. We talked about this just earlier on, the supply chain innovations, and also on the digital platforms and tools. Also important, in particular when it comes to funding, is the collaboration with other programs, public-private partnerships, such as robotics, photonics, materials, batteries, and so on. So this is actually reflecting what we have been doing in the past, and it's going to continue on the right side further and further for sure. It's not so easy to survive as many partnership programs, and we are doing quite well in EFRA. So what are the focus points when we talk advanced manufacturing? You can see it from different angles. When you look from it from the technical angle, then you can see that it fuses automation, it's robotics, it's applications of artificial intelligence, digital systems, and so on. When you look from it from the business side, you can see that it makes factories agile. We talk about cost efficiency programs, and we see new business models and opportunities. And when you look from the society side, then you talk about sustainability, you talk about better jobs, quality of life, and you talk about innovative products and services. For this, and to be much more, let's say, both feet standing on the shop floor, we have founded working groups, which are meanwhile in the second year, and they are focusing on those topics that you can read, basically on productive and flexible manufacturing, but also on circularity, on human-centric approaches, as well as two sectorial areas, which is energy sectors and transportation sectors. And finally, also the research results. And we are also, in fact, talking a lot whether we should involve defense, which I've not heard so far today, and that's one of our topics that we do with the working groups. When you look at the funding, and that's a list of funding for the current running year 2025, then you can see that the projects that are administrated, that are facilitated by EFRA, got a lot of funding when you look at the total amounts of money, right? So that is significant support, and also the private companies will bring in the same amount, 50%, the same amount of this funding for those projects. And they are equally split between the higher education organizations, the research centers, also larger and smaller enterprises. That's for the benefit of everybody, so to speak. Now, looking into the future a bit more, and here you can see an update of our strategic roadmap, showing the 4 priorities that EFRA is setting, also when entering into the new framework program number 10. The first one is competitiveness and innovation. We see environmental sustainability. We also refer on strategic autonomy and security, which is something that I've heard in between the lines here already, of course. And then digital transformation for AI. So look at this. To more detail, we can see that it is important to strengthen the competitiveness. We have the competitive compass. We have all those topics that are necessary in order to allow our companies to further demonstrate their position on the market, on the global market. Fostering the collaboration, that's all about working together. If you are not able to have your own investments in your own company, then you are able to share those investments, and by this are able to make a bigger step together and to be faster. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, and that was nicely described already, is about environmental sustainability, about the possibility that we have to keep our resources, resources given from nature in a way that we can also sustain for a longer period of time. Strategic autonomy, it's the reducing of Europeans' dependency on overseas economies. It's enhancing the industrial resilience and supply security. And also it's building the capabilities for a robust and own secure manufacturing ecosystems, right? And then the whole topic about digitalization and the use of artificial intelligence. We can see strengths in Europe. We can see strengths that make us really a strong market in the world. You can see them here. I'd like to address the weaknesses, which is discussed also with those many discussions that we have with the European Commission, for instance, but also with our members. And that's to the first scale that we have a smaller production scale compared to other economic markets. We have higher energy costs, and that's also because of a certain reason, that's clear. And we have skills of shortage, which is, by the way, also a good enabler and a precondition for further automation, so it goes hand in hand. And then there's a fragmented R&I investment, which basically is being provided by the European Commission, also together with us, to have this more funneled into the same direction. And we have a small, medium-sized enterprise automation. Slow. Yeah. These are some slides from the company I'm working for. This is Voith. Voith is busy in machine, all kinds of machine, preferably the big ones. We are providing machines for paper production, also components for water plants, and all components for drive systems, heavy-duty drive systems, boats, ships, and so on. And for us, it's very important that we are shaping the future with digital excellence. So getting connected, not only our production equipment, but also the equipment that we are producing for our customers is the key in order to continuously support our customers and to be proactive when it comes to repair and maintenance, for instance, but also to have a high level of efficiency running in the machines. That's extremely important for those big equipment as we have. Many percentages already play a major role here. Partnering for a sustainable future and technology leadership is our core, right? So that's Voith in figures. Just very quickly, we are distributed over the globe completely, 90 locations of production, 5.2 million. And maybe you are aware that we are part of one, which is one of our highlight projects, in fact, for the European Commission, and that is the CargoFlex coupling system, where with those couplings we are able to have cargo wagons on rails or trains that can actually run from Poland to Portugal or from Finland to Italy without getting decoupled and change the wagons because the coupling systems are not compatible, right? So putting more and more intelligence into those systems would provide us a certain value here. That's a water plant station from inside, clean and running smoothly, hopefully. We also support the engineer when doing, this is a paper machine in the background, doing the regular maintenance by providing all the data that he needs from our OnCare system that we have in order to make the right decisions when it comes to maintenance and inspection. And meanwhile, our production shop floor is in a condition that we are no longer use paper. We are using tablets, which is basically standard in electronics manufacturing already, but also in machine building, we are on that level already. Okay, so with this, maybe I'll close to gain a little bit of more time. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for coming back for your presentation. Now it's time to move to the first round table, and so let me introduce the speaker of the round table dedicated to the road mapping, sustainability and circularity. interconnected pathways toward the net zero industries. So let's welcome Eileen Boone, who is Senior Policy Manager, Shifting Policies for Systemic Change at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. Welcome, and welcome also to Professor Björn Johansson, who is Program Officer, Net Zero Industry Program at Vinnova, Sweden, and Professor of Sustainable Production, Chalmers University of Technology in Sweden, and Jose Ignacio Maichi, General Manager of the Basque Energy Cluster. So we're going to discuss, welcome. From here on, you can participate in the conversation with SMS and WhatsApp, questions, ideas to share with the speakers. It's very simple. Just take a note or take a picture with these numbers. You can write me, and I'm going to use your stimulus and questions for all of the speakers. So how about, the main topic of this crucial conversation? We heard from David Romero the importance of these connected pathways, circularity, and sustainability. So let me start with you. And my question is, in terms of policy, would you think that the policy level has proven to be truly effective in order to pushing in this direction? And what can you share with the audience today?
Yes, thank you. Is this on? Oh, brilliant. First of all, thank you for having me. I'm really excited. I've learned so much already, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the afternoon and tomorrow. I'm going to have to disappoint you. I don't think there's a silver bullet or one policy lever that's going to save us and transform the market. At the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, where I work, we published something called the Universal Policy Goals, and we believe that these 5 levers together mutually reinforce each other and thereby transform the market. So it's not going to be a surprise when I tell you these levers talk about circular design, preserving material value, innovation and skills and investing in those, and of course fostering collaboration for systemic change. However, the most important, to my opinion, and the last one on the list, is making the economics work. So if I had to pick one, it would be this one. Because today, the economics simply do not work. Circular models such as repair, reuse, and remanufacture are more labor intensive and currently less cost competitive than placing new linear products on the market. This is also largely because most products are not yet designed for durability, disassembly, or repair, as we heard earlier as well. So as a result, keeping products in the circular economy or in our economy is going to be more expensive. And the same imbalance, for example, is going for materials. We know that secondary raw materials struggle. They're not price competitive. If we just look at the economics behind it, we know our fiscal systems reward extraction and consumption rather than value preservation. And so in short, the system is hardwired for linearity. And we need to reform the incentives, we need to flip the logic and reward circular economy instead. We can do this through EPR, extended producer responsibility systems, that recognize the economic opportunities in remanufacture and recycling and not just on end of life. We know that VAT policy is mostly a member state competence, but we believe that the European Commission could facilitate coordination, for instance, by harmonizing VAT for second-hand goods or differentiating VAT treatments between resale and remanufacture. So I'm going to shorten up because I know we don't have that much time. So one lever, it's about making the economics work, align our fiscal framework so that we create an economy we want, one where we preserve value, create skilled jobs, and build resilience in Europe.
Well, thank you, Eileen Boone, for introduction the major themes. And we started, with the policy angle, so fiscal leverage and incentives and all the design also of policies on this, but Professor Johansson, when it comes down to, on manufacturing side, supply chain, I think there's plenty of use case that you can tell us. Where are we?
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much for the invitation for this panel. Really interesting to discuss with you. For sure, I mean, policy is one part of it, and I agree with you that we have to shift the systemic change all over. We cannot do it one-on-one. As David told us earlier, we have to have competition to help each other out, to connect the value chain. And from my perspective as a researcher, I think what we can help with at the most is to provide facts. So that's what we would like to contribute with. So trying to get the data and to understand the data and to make the data available for the decision maker. It might be the operator on the shop floor, or it might be the CEO even, if you aggregate the data on a high level. And in order for the data to be effective for a circular economy, then we have to share the data in between companies and in between actors as well through the value chain to understand each other. And I think also technology here can help, like the blockchain technology on the stock market. Maybe not all of the actors need to know all of the data, but once it comes to recycling, as you said, for example, or reuse, you need to know what is the content of the product. How can I reuse it? What is the material? What has happened through the value, through the life of the product that will impact the final value of the content. So I think we can do it a lot together, but one-on-one we cannot do that much. We have to help each other out and collaborate and still compete at the same time.
Well, for sure it takes a science-based dialogue and industry-based dialogue. You were mentioning facts. What the facts are in terms of also your experience, from the industrial perspective and, the research perspective.
Sure. One example is the two large truck manufacturers in Sweden. Scania is one of them, and Volvo Group, and Volvo Trucks in that case is one of them. And they are doing a lot of research jointly together on how to produce the trucks and how to monitor the performance and so on, but might not be collaborating a lot on the secrets in the design of the product, but still through the value chain, the augmentation of operators with XR solutions for assembly, for example, or the circular principles like the tracking of the digital passport of the product and so on. These kind of developments we can definitely do together. But other examples that are a bit more complicated then is when you have the triple bottom line. You have the social aspects, you have the environmental aspects, and you have the economy. So which one will win this battle? Because all of three, we cannot really improve all of them to the maximum. We have to have some kind of trade-off. And I agree with you as well on that. The environmental protection is too cheap. We have done studies with companies where you see that they have a turnover of, let's say, 100 million euros. And if you want to buy the trade-off for CO2 emissions, it costs like 10,000 euros or something. It's nothing. It's too cheap. So I think we need both the whip from the legislation and the laws, but also the carrot. What is the benefit? What do we do together with the data to gain the benefits for the society?
Sure. This is what Europe is discussing about when it comes to the just transition and how to balance different aspects. What's the trade-off and what are the decision that has to be made. But let me also move to José Ignacio Ormaeche. First of all, tell us about the Basque Energy Cluster. What do you do exactly?
Yes, thank you. Good evening. The Basque Energy Cluster is the cluster association of the companies that are operating in the energy sector in the Basque Country, a region, as you know, in the north of Spain, a very highly intensive industrial region. So the companies in our cluster are providing technologies in the different value chains of the energy transition, so working in renewables, smart grids, but also in all those technologies that can decarbonize the industry, especially the energy-intensive industries, technologies like electrification, heat pumps, electric furnaces, energy efficiency, digital systems, but also for the future, for the medium term, green hydrogen and renewable fuels also.
Yeah, for sure. There are industries where these challenges are particularly difficult and tough. And you've been working over the last 5 years, if I'm right, on projects in order to decarbonize and to find new solutions for paper, cement industries, for example, or what we call the hard to abate. Yeah. What can you share today?
Yeah, I can share that this initiative started 5 years ago, and it's in the framework of World Economic Forum initiative, the transition in industrial clusters towards zero, different from the one that was presented by Mrs. Song in the first presentation. And it started 5 years ago when the regional government, the Basque government, I think that was like the tipping point that Professor Romero mentioned before. It was the moment in which the regional government identified that the decarbonization of energy-intensive industries was one of the keys to keep not only the sustainability of the country, of the economy, but also to keep the competitiveness of those industries in the next decades. So we started, it's very appropriate for this forum because we started 5 years ago with roadmaps. We developed, well, first the Basque government joined 5 clusters. The industrial policy in the Basque country is based on industrial clusters. So the 5 most relevant from the point of view of the emissions, it's steel, foundry, pulp and paper, cement, and oil refining sectors were called by the regional government. We sat down at a table with them. They also invited the Basque Energy Cluster so that we could provide the solutions, the technologies those industries were going to need in the next 10, 20 years to decarbonize their processes. So the first step was defining those roadmaps, one for each of these sectors, identifying which were the technologies that they would use year by year. So there were like 2 dimensions for each sector. The TRL, the maturity of the technologies along the coming years, and also very relevant, we think for that, they were classified into 4 categories. First, energy efficiency, second, electrification, third, green hydrogen, and finally even CO2 capture. Thinking that that might be the chronological order in which those technologies could be mature, but depending also in the rate of growth and implementation of all those technologies.
How happy are you with the outcome of this process?
We are quite happy because once we had those roadmaps, once they were defined, we had like a global overview at that allowed us to start boosting projects, making economics work in those projects. Some of them, from the very beginning, those technologies that were commercially available, that were mature enough to start being implemented, we identified which were the technical, but mostly the economical barriers to make them work in the industries. Secondly, we also have boosted very interesting projects to develop pilot demonstration projects in those technologies. So we start like assessing and testing the future validation of those technologies. And a third scope that also is very related to some of the subjects that have been commented in the previous speeches is the synergies, but I would also talk about industrial symbiosis between some of these sectors, because some of the waste products or byproducts of some of those processes are being used or can be used in the future as, let's say, inputs to decarbonize processes from some other projects. So we have some examples, some use cases that are already being now developed and are soon being implemented that make us be quite optimistic about that future decarbonization of our
That's
industry.
good to hear. You know, there's not such large optimism out there, especially today, on these processes. But talking sectors, Eline Boon, where do you see the major, acceleration in terms of the shift from pilots to scale when it comes down to design circularity in the industries and manufacturing?
Yeah, thank you. Super interesting points as well. I'd love to learn more about the success stories there later as well.
Not too close.
Not too close?
No, not too close,
Okay.
yes.
I was always taught to do it like this. But
No.
Sorry. So sectors, well, when we look at the European Green Deal, the past legislative wave, there was a high focus on eco-design under ESPR, a very high focus on packaging and packaging waste, also looking into reuse and different types of packaging. So I would say these sectors are accelerating rapidly, but we do see that it's mainly focusing still on the technical cycle. So at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, we developed this butterfly diagram. We've got the biocycle, the tech cycle, and we are moving rapidly in the technical cycle. For example, in packaging, I would say innovation and legislation are coming closer and closer together, looking into secondary materials, looking into redesigning packaging, upscaling reuse. The same for textiles, I would say. So we look at the circular business models of resale and repair and resell. For example, Vestiaire Collective or things like Vinted are scaling and are doing really, really well. We are working with our network to look into how policy can further accelerate these business models. And however, that's great that we see traction, and I hope they can serve as a blueprint for example, harder to abate sectors or more complicated value chains, as in the end, plastic packaging is very problematic, but the value chains are slightly simpler compared to, for example, bigger sectors or different sectors. Unfortunately, we feel there's not much happening in the biocycle. So we feel when we talk about biomaterials or regenerative farming, we're lacking a little bit behind. It's a different logic maybe, but we hope that what is happening in the technical cycle can boost as well design for circulation in the biocycle. I had a few more points, but I'm happy to break here and listen to the others as well.
All right, definitely. So Professor Johansson, well, we know that many companies still feels like, this combination, circularity, sustainability, it's kind of a compliance issue. It's not because there's a real advantage to move in that way. And this is especially true for SMEs, which struggle, with reporting, with all the stuff that Europe is asking today. What's your sense of where are we heading, and what some of the recommendation from Professor Romero today could be useful in order to approach this with a roadmap and mindset?
I think for the SME companies, of course, it's always a hassle. I had a few SMEs myself working on them together with people there, and each of the roles of the few people that works there are different things to do, right? So you have to have multidisciplinary knowledge to run an SME company in a good way. But I think now when you see what David presented earlier with the roadmap and with the AI, for example, and even if you have a lot of data, you can get a lot of help from AI if you do it in a smart way. And there is, of course, some more development needed to make it transparent what the AI is suggesting and why, so you get some reasoning behind it. That's coming as well. The trustworthy AI is on the move as well. And I think also, if you look at EFRA, for example, and the Commission and the Horizon Europe programs, they are developing quite quickly the latest time as well to include SSH aspect in all of the calls, look at how you treat AI in the development of the projects. And I also think the bio-based product you talked about earlier, that's also on the rise as well, where you see a lot of farming and a lot of agriculture to reuse the so-called waste. That's actually not waste because it's a raw material for somebody else to do something. And there is Biochar, one of the companies I worked with earlier, is now starting farming in Africa, producing Biochar to fertilize the grounds. Pius is his name. He's now on COP30 meeting in Brazil, in South America. To present the work. They are expanding quite big as well.
Well, you travel a lot. You've got an idea, and you were mentioning when we spoke that you've been in China also for an important meeting. What's your sense of where are we in Europe, and especially in the Nordic? Do you think that the Nordic are ahead of the rest of Europe?
Of course, the Nordic countries are quite small in relation to China and other big players. But in terms of collaboration and the industrial institute and university collaboration, it's much easier to get into the company development and help them. It's more trust in that kind of connection. So we can have the data for Chalmers, for example, to work with the company, to analyze it, to help them to understand. I worked in the US for a few years at the Department of Commerce, and I only visited 2 companies there, and I did not get any data at all. So that's more closed, not as open as we have in Europe in general, I think. And also for the Commission and the EFRA help, of course, to do this kind of large efforts for collaboration to do research together and develop together. So I think Europe has a really good standpoint here to share the trust between companies, to help each other out, to have the co-creation, but also competition in a smart way at the same time. So I think we are ahead on that mindset in the culture. But in terms of people and in terms of raw material, we are not ahead in that sense.
Well, that's critical. Mindset is always the first constraint. To change mindset is always difficult. José Luis Hormeche, first of all, he was mentioning SMEs, and how about your experience, using this roadmap approach, can it be useful? What's your experience with larger companies, also at the SMEs level?
With these roadmaps, we have been able to integrate, let's say, the demands from the bigger companies. Normally, those energy-intensive companies from sectors like steel, pulp and paper, or the oil refining sector, they are big companies. Some of them, many of them, belonging to multinational entities. So, but we have been able. We are trying to make them share their knowledge and their roadmaps, their decarbonization pathways, with some of the companies from the same sectors, for instance, in foundry, that there are more SMEs in which they can share a lot of the, not only the know-how, not only the best practices, but also the technology, because it's a question sometimes of making, scaling up some of those technologies that can make the economics work if you have a larger, let's say, critical mass to be developed. So that way, it's one of the uses we have seen to the roadmaps, and also it's very important for us the role of the SMEs in providing the solutions, because at the same time, we are in these roadmaps, the intention was not only to implement the solutions in the energy consumption industries, but also to be able to develop as long as possible technology inside the region, inside Spain, or inside Europe. So at that time, it's like a call in place or an initiative that is attracting a lot of startups and SMEs, developers of technologies, of new technologies in those fields we have been mentioning, that are watching that they have like a full universe of candidates, of companies and sites in which they could implement their pilots or their technologies still to be tested and validated.
Well, and actually, one of the first questions I just received for the panel is on the SMEs manufacturing space, and one of the colleagues here is asking, where do the biggest sources of operational inefficiency actually originate inside the plant, and what are the most immediate high-value, low-hanging fruit that SMEs could target to unlock improvements in productivity, cost efficiency, but also circularity and sustainability? Professor Jansen.
Sure, thank you. Thank you for an excellent question, really good. So right now we have a class at Chalmers. It's 153 students. They are developing a factory. If you have seen Sims, for example, the computer game, but this is Sims Factory. So we are doing the emissions, the CO2 calculations, the energy consumption, and as well looking at performance of the factory and the well-being of the workers inside. This kind of tool, it's not for free, but if you have a university connection or institute, you can probably have some master students or some students to do a project together with SME company. That's really low-hanging fruit, and they will find huge benefits, both for the environment, for the people, and for economy. I've done about 200 of those different studies, and there is plenty full of experience for that to understand that this is a smart way to do it. So they will analyze the factory, collect the data from different places, interview some people, and then build a 3D model that you run over a year of production, for example. And you can see the output after the year. How much energy did you use? Where are the hotspots of the outputs of the terms of emissions? Where are the bottlenecks in the factory? What is limiting the production? Of course, it's not a perfect model of the factory, but in the big picture, you will understand where the problems are, because you collect the data and you get them into one bucket at the same time to look at the scale. Which one do I prefer? And then you have the facts, as I talked about earlier, but then in the end, for the decision, it comes back to the morals and ethics of the management of the factory to actually take the right decision. And in the world right now, I think many companies know they are polluting the world, but they still do the decision to earn money for that. So that's the trickier question, I think.
Right. Jose Ignacio Ormaizi?
In our case, or from the, let's say, from the sustainability or from the emissions reduction point of view that our roadmaps have to do with the decarbonization, we identified, well, low-hanging fruits. I would say first, energy efficiency of all the systems, the digital technologies that provide information about the monitoring of the processes, temperatures, emissions, energy consumption. That's, let's say, a mature technology that should be implemented almost in every industrial process. SMEs, big companies, they all have a lot to improve and a lot to reduce energy consumption and emissions from monitoring of processes. And the second one that probably is less known and less implemented so far as we have noticed in some of the processes is the electrification of processes in specific ranges of temperature. I mean, all those processes, industrial processes in which the heat production, the heat need of the process is below 120, maybe 150, depending on the process and the technologies, could be, let's say, electrified. Natural gas or fuel or fossil fuels could be replaced by heat pumps and electrification of that heat production. So that's one of the key points in which we are focusing. We have developed some reports having to do with the economics of this, why, which are the barriers and which is the, let's say, the economic incentive or the economic barrier that some of those companies have to overcome, because they are going to really obtain a lot of reduction in the, sometimes in the cost of the energy, but for sure in the energy consumption and in the reduction of emissions. So we have seen that that's one of the focus points, because other technologies like green hydrogen and CO2 capture, they have still a long run to go. So we have to develop demos and new technology sites, but the point now is about electrification of processes.
Well, Eileen Boone, every change has to be measured. And if you had to pick up one KPI towards net zero or towards circularity models and sustainable model, what would you pick?
Well, I'm going to be a bit difficult here again. It's hard to pick one. But I was listening in, and first of all, I'm super excited about this SIMS for manufacturers. Like, I'd love to learn about like the metrics and how you design this. And I heard a lot about electrification and carbon neutrality, of course. But unfortunately, the way that companies do their climate accounting, or even countries do their climate accounting today under the GHG protocol, is very much in contradiction with the circular economy. So you have then companies coming to us and they say, do I now design for circularity or for net zero? Well, we would say, of course, both, because circularity has co-benefits towards net zero if you just look at material efficiency and the lower of electricity use by second use. So we have been really looking into working together with the GHG protocol and looking into how can climate accounting go hand in hand with circular economy. How can we, for example, make sure that reuse and manufacture is not punished in your climate accounting, but is actually rewarded, because then you have an end-to-end success story. But because you did ask for KPIs, I think first of all, really important to make sure that the carbon accounting is aligned with circular business models, making sure that circularity metrics track how long materials stay in the loop and keep track of that and measure that. But also, more importantly, or not to forget, regeneration metrics, trying to look into how can we contribute to biodiversity and ecosystem recovery through our manufacture or through the products that we use, or potentially by waste byproducts that could re-fertilize soil. So I would say, again, system-wide and look at the bigger picture when we look into KPIs and circular economy and carbon neutrality.
Net zero circularity, Professor. There's a question, at first I thought it's provocative, but maybe not that much, because the question is, does business case for net zero still exist in 2025? What do you make of this?
Can you repeat the question?
The question is, does business case for net zero still exist in 2025? I mean, as an approach and as a target.
I would say yes, for sure. We cannot let it go. Even right now, of course, the globe is getting warmer. That's, for me, that's fact at least. Not everybody agrees, but for me, I see it as a fact. Maybe if we have some 10,000 years back when there was an ice age, we would be happy to make it warmer, but not right now. So the target might move if we actually reach the net zero and even go beyond that. Then it might be colder, and then we have to increase. But that's another story, right? But for me, it will be the discussion sometimes comes down to how much CO2 do we emit. If we keep the left part of your butterfly diagram on the green side, then we use bio-based material. And I'm not that worried for that circle, because that's quite quick if you don't use the oil or gas. But as long as you take the oil or gas up, you will put more CO2 in the air. You will have more things for the chlorophyll to eat to grow the trees. But that will be, in the end, a problem with the buckets, the 3 buckets, underground, on the soil, and in the air. So the main thing for me will be go for the green energy that you talk about, to have the solar power, the wind power, and this kind of solutions instead, and water power.
Eileen, would you like to elaborate on that? Do you agree?
Yes, I mean, I definitely agree, but I'm not sure how much more to elaborate beyond what's been said.
Yeah, I would say there is a business case for net zero now, but that's why we develop and we define roadmaps. That's what a roadmap is about. The roadmap is the pathway you are going to go through from now until 2030, 2040, 2050. Now, the business case is working for some specific technologies that are mature enough to be implemented in specific industrial processes. That's the mission of the roadmap, to define which is the status of the technology now and which is the industrial process in which the business case works, and which are the technologies that should be developed in the coming years to make them work from the technical and economic point of view, those business cases in the next 2030, 40, 50. Now, that's why I mentioned electrification of certain processes. Today there is a business case that makes it positive. We hope to have new positive business cases in the coming years in other technologies. Probably we still need 10 years to make a green hydrogen business case, and probably we need 10, 15 years to make a CO2 capture business case. But we start to define and to develop the technologies right now. We still need to be competitive there, and in Europe, I think we have to start working in those technologies today, as we started in renewable energies 20, 30 years ago, and that's what kept us as leaders in specific technologies like wind. So we have to start now with those future coming technologies.
Well, there's an interesting flow of questions on these topics, and one question, Eileen, is, given Europe's strong dependence on imported rare earths and critical raw materials, how much impact could a serious strategy on circular economy and second life materials really have? What are the top policy measures that you would prioritize? We started with this kind of discussion, but how about that?
Yeah, definitely. It's a very timely question. At the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, we have started a new mission specifically looking into critical minerals linked to EV batteries and data storage. So we are working with a lot of stakeholders right now to really look into, for example, in Europe, design for disassembly, design for reuse. If you look at EU projects looking into critical minerals, about 80% of them still look into extraction, trying to find new extractive methods and trying to find new trade deals. But if we were to look at the economic co-benefits of really designing for disassembly, reuse, the material value of these critical raw materials are so high that it just makes economic sense to design better, recycle better, and reuse them. It's economic nonsense that we just ship them out and buy again and again. So that's definitely something I believe we should really look into more if we want to be more resilient, if we want to be more competitive, especially knowing that a lot of our green transition, and when we talk about electrification, a lot of that hinges on critical minerals, so we really have to think there as well. Okay, great that we want a green, but we need the materials, and we need to make sure that we design them for circularity. And I believe at this point in time, there is a lot more room for opportunity and a lot more room to grow and to develop recycling and circular solutions for critical minerals. Yeah.
Please, Professor.
Yes, I think if you look at a car outside on the street, it's a Fiat or a Renault or BMW or Volvo or something. We all see a car, that's the product, and the brand as well. But actually, this is a piece of material that we are borrowing from somewhere. So if we shift the mindset, what is the raw material and what is the actual waste? So everything is circular. There is no such thing as one thing. It might belong to the mine, it might belong to the globe, but when we use it next time, it might be a refrigerator or something else. So it depends on the eye of the beholder. What you see, do you see 1 ton of steel or do you see a car? And I think that's the same for the rare earth metals. Even if they come from other countries to us, we definitely need to keep them in the loop. If we just throw it away, then buy new ones, that's going to be insane in the end, for sure.
Absolutely. So we've got to wrap it up a bit because we are close to the end of this discussion. Some technical question for you on heat pumps, but it's maybe too technical. So if the discussant is in the room, maybe during the coffee break, you may be another engineer, you might discuss technical aspects. But let me move to the takeaway. So what's your bottom line, the message you would like to leave the audience on what we discuss in terms of roadmap to circularity and sustainability?
The takeaway would be that providing these roadmaps to the industry are very helpful for them to find partners, to find a way to share some of those solutions, to get those critical masses in which it is not, they are not solutions just to work for industry by industry, but in a sectorial way, and sometimes, in some of the cases we have been analyzing, even sharing solutions and making this kind of symbiosis between different sectors. So that's the way, and as the title of this forum ends with platforms, now we are working with a platform. Once you have created that roadmap, the important thing is to keep constantly the collaboration and the relationship, and that's why building those platforms in which there is a sense of community, sharing practices, sharing inputs, sharing materials, recycling, and working together, it's like the main issue or the main way to keep all together looking for those solutions.
Well, this resonates some of the points in the recommendation also of the report from David Romero. Professor Johansson.
Yes, I think it's obvious that we need to collaborate and for sure listen to the expert on the energy sector and the circularity, of course. Without collaboration, we cannot solve anything. We cannot do it by ourselves. Even if I study my whole life to do something, I cannot fix it. We have to collaborate.
Aline Boone.
Well, indeed, collaboration, looking into system change, but let's not forget that carbon neutrality and circular economy are not just an environmental agenda. They are an opportunity to be more resilient, to be more competitive, and to grow our economy without depleting the planet. So, yeah, that would be my takeaway.
All right, so thank you so much for this vibrant discussion, and a round of applause to our panelists. We're running a bit late, so 15 minutes for a coffee break, and we'll be back with the following panels. Thank you.
Abbassi la musica jazz, per piacere.
right, please return to your seat. We're ready to go with the second part of the afternoon. We've got 3 interesting roundtable, and let me start with the first, which is about road mapping, twin skills development for the twin digital transition. Let me introduce the panelists, starting with Caroline Biarouge, Chief Executive Officer of the EIT Manufacturing France, Roberto Siccardi, Manager at Festo Didactic, and Ibrahim Al-Shnaifi, Lead Project of a Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and Associate Professor of King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology. Welcome all, please take a seat. And I remind everyone, welcome Caroline Biarouge, welcome back to the WMF, and I remind all the audience, those that are following in streaming, connected streaming, and those here in Regione Lombardia, the chance to use the number to ask questions. So the panel is about how education, training, lifelong learning has to evolve to equip the workforce with the green and digital skills that are needed for advanced manufacturing. And clearly this is one of the top priority, Caroline Biarouge, especially given some strong forces out there that are pushing faster and faster in this direction. What do you make of this?
Yeah,
and if we keep away the music, because you know,
true. I mean,
the party is over, we're back to work.
Hopefully you're not going to fall asleep, so if the music stops, it will be helpful. Yes, indeed. So talking about these forces, and I think we shouldn't undermine it, because the challenge is truly here. The challenge we are facing, thinking of the technology shift, which is going at a pace we have clearly never seen before, and the lack of talent that could fulfill these skills. Today, if we look at the numbers, and the World Economic Forum report from 2025 indicated that two-thirds of the small and medium enterprises today are struggling to recruit people. They're struggling to find the talent. And one of the other factors outside of this shift on the technology is the demography. The clear challenge we have in the demography, aging population in Europe. We have today 1 out of 5 people working in the industry which is above 55 years old. 10 years ago, maybe more, 20 years ago, in 2020, at the beginning of the 21st century, we were having 1 out of 10. And this trend is only increasing. So we have a real challenge here from a demography, which is a challenge in bringing new talent in, because there is less younger talent which are entering the market. We have a challenge with this aging workforce that doesn't necessarily know how to use this new technology, so there is a challenge around upskilling and reskilling this workforce. And there is also a challenge thinking of this workforce, which is aging. We also want to make sure they are not leaving the market, retiring with some important knowledge. So strategically thinking, these key challenges is something we need to truly think, understand, and address thoroughly.
Absolutely. These are giant trends, historic trends. We have to face it, the industry, the economy as a whole. But when it comes down, to the tools available, technology can be an ally. And Roberto Siccardi, what do you make of it? Because, virtual reality, we're going to discuss this, extended reality, artificial intelligence. How can they be helpful to accelerate, the change, the transformation also of education and all of the training programs, traditional training programs?
Thank you. Thank you. Of course, one of the most important points is to use the technology and the digital also for these transformations, this green transformation. As she told before, we have to take care that we are speaking about young generation, middle generation, and also old generation. We need to operate with these tools with all the ages and in the long life learning path. For the young generation, having the cyber-physical systems that helps to take some data on it and to change variables, to change the situation of the running, it's so important. I see Professor Taish, that was one of the first in Italy that used our cyber-physical system to take data from. That's an important point for the young generation, because they don't know anything about how to use the data, for, and especially also for data for sustainability or what to do. For the reskilling and upskilling, we see a lot of potential in the using platform, knowledge platform. Knowledge platform may be driven by EA that can adapt the training path to the needs of the people. But not only. In our experience, 80–90% of our trainees need also to be mentoring, to have a mentoring when they come back to the work. So it's a mix between physical mentoring and electronic devices we can offer now.
Now, Ibrahim Al-Shnaifi, we're talking about road mapping, new skills, and it takes the private sector, but also the public sector. So cooperation, we already heard about that today. What's your experience? Why is it so important? And what are you actually doing?
Thank you for having me today. And when Saudi Arabia decided to join this journey of digital transformation, we established a strategy with, let's say, 5 pillars and initiatives. The first is awareness. This is very important to change minds and also to convince to be or to onboard factories, SMEs, and workforces also in this journey. The second pillar is workforce development. Once we convince, we need to establish or we need to talk about an initiative in how to support factories, SMEs to transform their workforces. The third pillar is talent and education. We think about also preparing new generation to join the journey by introducing the concept in public education. The fourth pillar is accelerating the adoption of new technology, and we decide to establish what we call digital capability centers. Through these centers also we established academy for let's say Industry 4.0, new technologies. Also we adopt the concept of academy around the production line, where we help workforces to learn and with the concept of hands-on and around the line. The fifth pillar is grants and VCs. This will incentivize, let's say, factories and SMEs to come to us and ask for how to transform and also how to grab these grants, or how linking them with venture capital and banking and so on. So this is my experience on that since 2018 we are working on.
Given these 5 pillars, what do you think is the most effective tools? For example, I know that you bring students also to the manufacturing sites and you try to give them the sense of what the advanced manufacturing is all about, which is completely different from what it used to be.
Yeah. In the ecosystem, I think collaboration between public, private, and academia is very important. When it comes to universities, there is a wide space that needs to be filled. Myself, let's say, established a pilot program, which is Digital Transformation Leaders with the university, to attract students to go and see what happens in the industry. This is, let's say, a bridge between academia and the industry sectors to, let's say, also prepare the students to enter and to penetrate the market. The pilot was for 15 students. Once we finished, half of them was hired on the industry.
Well, Caroline Wierusz, we're talking about twin skills, meaning green and digital skills. But at a time when technology, for example, changes so fast, what's your idea of how to train in what people and students, but not just younger, but also the working generation should be trained to?
Yeah, so there is a fact that we need to train the people on this green and digital, and we see it in IT manufacturing on two levels. Mm-hmm. There is the attractiveness. We need to bring the youngster into the manufacturing industry. And how do we do that? We need to think of bringing this famous Generation Z that we are all worried about, and trying to really understand how can we attract them? How can we attract them with a real purpose, a real sense, and a commitment to see the end result? How do we attract this Gen Z generation, and how do we attract also women? It's still 50% of the population. We can attract them, and also the Gen Z generation, by really truly emphasizing the role of manufacturing into this sustainable journey, into this green transformation. There is also a lot of pretty cool things happening in the manufacturing space with robots, with AI, with all the smart implementation on the floor shop, which is making the manufacturing job totally feasible for any human being. So this attractiveness is extremely important. In EIT community, we do work on certain projects which are Girls Go STEMs, for example, where we are specifically addressing the pupil between 14 years old and 19 years old. Across Europe, we have trained more than 80,000 people in the last 3 years, across 30 countries, and more than 80% of these people were girls. So these are things we are truly addressing for the attractiveness and get the people at a younger age and bring them into the STEM competences. The second level is indeed upskilling and reskilling. And here it is crucial to make sure that the people on the job truly walk through the thinking of a lifelong learning journey. We need to forget the idea that we have a nice diploma, we have a job, and we are equipped for competencies and we just gain more experience on the job. This is no longer true. We need to go back to school. We need to go back into learning. We need to challenge ourselves, because the competencies we need today are not the competencies we learned a few years ago. I'm not going to name the number of years. Here again, in EIT manufacturing, we have been coordinating some initiative, Deep Tech Talent Initiative, which truly aim at reskilling and upskilling on deep tech technology. We had an ambition to train 1 million people within 3 years. After 2 years, we trained more than 1.2 million. This is a huge achievement, which is not just showing the good work on this collaboration, because it's a true collaboration across Europe with many institutions who have delivered all these trainings, but the true demand, which is very strong, and that we need to really think and address to really equip the people across Europe. We are also working, thanks to this great experience, we're working with the EIT Manufacturing Academy, where we are helping specifically on manufacturing, advanced manufacturing topic, industrial company, SMEs, but also with the support of academia to design and train people on the job to think of these green competencies we need, because it's a new mindset, it's a new way of working, we need to learn how to do it, and also all this shift on technology with robotic, AI, machine learning, and you name it. So here, we identified where to address things at the source with the youngster, also thinking of the lifelong journey and how to equip the people with these competencies. There is a very rich ecosystem in Europe which is helping on the educational level and that could help industrial. And thanks to the public-private partnership, there are some support here to enable this access and to help each SMEs, industry, and academia to, on one hand, listen to the demand from the business, and on the other hand, be capable to supply some customized training adapted to individual businesses.
Well, this is a crucial challenge for Europe, and it's very interesting to know that these projects are involving and impacting such a large number of youngsters. But at the same time, Caroline was talking about competences, and which are the key skills that you think for advanced manufacturing will make the difference in the future?
Yeah, I think so. If we think about competencies, we need to see that the competencies are changing in a very, very fast way. Every day there is a different competencies to develop, different competencies to put on the table. For that, also the training academies are developing methods to stay at the state of the art for the competencies. For example, I bring my experience here. We create a platform with more than 300 new competencies, and we cross with the specialist figures and with the management competencies in order to create the right learning path for each specialist or for each manager in the companies. This is work that today we can do because we have the artificial intelligence, because we have a platform that are open to do this type of things using agents and so on. So also we as a training specialist, we have to move and we have to change, and this is my wish for the future. Another important point is to cooperate with the institution, because we can give our best practice on competencies, what we see on the market, what we see on the shop floor, or what we see in the companies. But then the certification of the competencies, we need also the institution. We cannot certify as a private company. So for me, this is an important point. We need to cooperate together with the institution also to certificate these competencies.
And to standardize on certification. Too many certification equals zero certification.
That's true. That's true. So that's another important point. In every customer you go, you find the different competencies. Okay, you can adapt your training, adapt your learning path, adapt your consulting. But then, before or later, we have to try to standardize also these competencies. That's, for me, an important point.
Ibrahim El-Shunaifi, this is true for large companies that maybe are more mature also in terms of developing projects.
But also for the small, medium
also for the small and medium companies. And also in Saudi Arabia, I mean, I think they make kind of 90% of the economy, 85% of the employment. So how do you engage with SMEs to make them, to leverage on them, to digitalize and to make also manufacturing becomes advanced manufacturing?
Yeah, our focus in Saudi Arabia is on SMEs. SMEs, as you said, represent 95% of the whole, let's say, economy, and their contribution to the GDP is about 50%. That's why the government is, let's say, draw special care to them. I'm working with SMEs closely through different projects, and we trying to attract them to, let's say, be collaborative and works together as peers. When they work as peers, they can exchange knowledge, exchange, let's say, workforces, exchange assets. This is a concept that we are working on it with the World Economic Forum in Saudi Arabia as a sandbox. We identify this gap from a previous project, and we are trying to let's say to test it, and if it's a successful story, we will share it with other countries and nations. I will join Caroline on his ideas to leverage this digital transformation for, let's say, inclusion and creating jobs. Inclusion to empower women is in our Vision 2030, and creating job through SMEs is very important. Also, talking about different, let's say, awareness, doing some workshops, doing some webinars, doing some seminars for them to convince them to join and accelerate the adoption of new technology is very important.
Caroline Garouche, let me go back to the major themes of this talk, which is how can we equip these workforce and younger people with digital but also green competencies. And what's your sense in this term? Because it's kind of basics understanding of, for example, the use of resources or efficiency of recycling, and we're going to discuss a lot about all of this. Do you think yes, from a technical standpoint, I understand there are pilots, there are innovation also in terms of skilling, reskilling, upskilling, but how about the green competencies?
Yeah, the green competencies are obviously extremely important. We are not stepping away for any net zero objective here. And in Europe, by 2050, we aim to become a net zero continent.
Today, the European Parliament just today approved the reduction of 90% by 2040, which is,
2040, we are still talking 2050 then.
Yeah, and then zero by 2050.
Yeah. So these skills are important. They are important, and it's a different mindset. I mean, we saw on the panel earlier, it's very difficult to step away from a linear thinking model. It's a model for the last 70 years we've been using. We need to think in a circular mode. We need to understand how to treat material. We need to understand how to treat the processes. We need to understand how to manage the supply chain. These are a total rethinking and re-questioning. And here it's extremely important that we equipped students at school with with all these competences and knowledge. And what is interesting is that even today, when you look at some analysis, the students still think they are not having enough tools given during their studies around sustainability and how to manage it. So the demand is even higher, and here when we listen to the student, listen to the industry, and also for the academia, there is a continuous rethinking around how can we make sure we better equipped the the worker of tomorrow with these competencies. At the same time, these competencies are technical, which I mentioned earlier, but these also are soft skills. And rethinking, it's a lot around collaboration cross-sector. It's a lot about understanding not only your automotive industry, if I take an example, but more widely, okay, what is the overall value chain? What is the overall supply chain? And there are some also parallel to make with some other value chain, if we think about, I don't know, textile, if we think about defense, which is a growing topic, obviously, these days. We need to think about people who can make the bridges, people who are thinking with curiosity, with entrepreneurship, because we need to challenge ourselves, we need to think differently, and bringing these competences to people is also a need of entrepreneurial education, bring curiosity, project management, all these soft skills which we have not explored that much in the past with this linear thinking model, and we need to re-question ourselves. How do we bring these competencies, this mindset to the people we have today in the organization and to the young people we want to bring tomorrow?
Roberto Siccardi, this is huge. It's not just technical, skills.
It's not just technical.
It's more about critical thinking and all the stuff that Caroline was mentioning. How do you approach this in your programs and in your attitude?
Yeah. That's an important point. It's not only technical competencies. The most part is how to communicate with the other teams, how to change the mind, and it's a cultural change, finally. So sometimes we say that we do training, but we are consulting a company. We go to the company and we try to consult how to change. We make sometimes an organization for the sustainability, because when you are in a company, you understand that you have to change the mind of the maintenance, for example. We put a lot of sensor everywhere in the machine. You can find sensor everywhere. And what to do with the data coming from the sensor? Can you use this data also to save energy, to have a better result, to have a more efficiency? Normally the people are not used to interpret this data. And so in that, for example, artificial intelligence is helping us, because can find trend, can find something that happened on the machine and so on and so on. But we have to educate also in the maintenance, that is very, very important for the safety of the machine, for the green transition and so on. We need to change it. When you design a new product, you have to think about all the life of the product, not only in the production time. You have to think when you start the product, the supply chain that is on back, and also how to reuse this product. It means that you have to do analysis, you have to do structural system that can help you in identifying which will be the strategy for this product. For the continuous development, continuous improvement, we have already a lot of tools, Six Sigma, these type of things, problem-solving activities. But you have to think that also this has to be focused also in sustainability. This type of things you can understand when you are inside the customer and you are able to change the mind of the customer step by step. Otherwise, we don't do anything.
Ibrahim Al-Shunaifi, how do you design your training programs and your education programs in order to get into these kind of competences, which are pretty new and combine different angles on the young generation?
Yeah, as I said, we established for the training, we established the academy for, let's say, Industry 4.0. And through this academy, we have different curriculum and different training program where we invite, this is a public initiative, we invite workforces to join this training course with no fees, with no charge for the SMEs. This is to incentivize them to join and to upskill them, reskill them without any cost for the SMEs, because digital transformation is costly. This is a challenge, and either for to upskill or reskill, or also for digital assets. All this is putting on the SMEs' shoulders a lot of, let's say, cost. Through the digital capability centers, we have different companies that collaborate with us and give us the opportunity to open the door for those SMEs. If they not come to us, we will go and knock the door and tell them, please come and see what we have. We have a one-day tour for them to show them what's the existing services, because we have a package of services there. Once we give them the package of services, they have the right to choose which area they are interested in. Of course, having them in one place, we need to, let's say, balance between collaboration and competency. And this is a big challenge for us.
Well, talking collaboration, just in a nutshell, a couple of flashes from the audience questions. Riccardi, first question for you, is considering the Italian context, what's your perspective on the relation enterprises and the public education system? They're asking, how are business companies tackling the skill gap today, and what should the education system be doing to support them?
That's an important point. For sure, now the cooperation is going probably in the right direction with university and also maybe with the ITS system. So we normally are in the middle. We cooperate with both. And the idea is to create cooperation between schools and companies, not only in the physical asset, but with services. That's the point. We would like to share also services with the school and with the companies together, with the academy of the companies.
You mentioned certification. There's a question on that. What kind of certification do companies seek? For example, Lean Six Sigma, or
there are a lot of certification that they need. For example, in maintenance, for example, there is a need of certification because there is a need of understanding if the knowledge is passed through the people on the field, and that's the point.
Caroline Vierush, the question is, in which way does your organization cooperate with other entities, nationally, internationally?
So EIT Manufacturing is a pan-European organization. We have 6 regional offices across Europe. We are a public-private partnership with today around 200 members from academia, from industry, startups, and also universities. So this, how do we today can help and play a brick? We walk around the educational topic, which is extremely important here, but we also work on the innovation aspect because we are pushing this innovation to the market, and as we have an eye on this technology, on this innovation that will reach the market, we are capable to identify what kind of educational training we need to provide. I mentioned earlier the entrepreneurial education, and here this is a key thing as we collaborate in an ecosystem with startups, large corporate and university, and what we see, the key of this collaboration is truly this understanding how to collaborate, how to work together, how to have a critical thinking, how to question yourself and be humble when you have a large corporate which is suddenly working with a small startup with this breakthrough technology, and how these large corporates with very complex processes and legacy is accepting, testing, and integrating this technology into their supply, into their production factories. So here with EIT Manufacturing, we work with different activities, so call activity, European call for proposal, for innovation, technology, where we build consortium with startups, possibly helping a large corporate. We also worked on educational content. So here we are identifying different topics we know are key topics to work on an educational aspect, and also help through a call for proposal for education, a startup, a company, to develop the content and the delivery of these specific topics. And of course I mentioned startups, because startups is powering this innovation, is powering this dynamic thinking, critical thinking, and we're also supporting startups across Europe to introduce them to different university or corporates.
Well, thank you for that. Our time is over, so we have to move to the following panel. Thank you so much. Let's have a round of applause to Ibrahim Mourchaneifi, Roberto Sicardi, and Caroline Viarouche. Thank you so much. And we can leave the number, you can use it, and so many questions are flowing in. Thank you. So let's move to the following panel, which is recycling platforms for securing critical raw materials for a sustainable and resilient future. And I invite to join me on the stage Sherry Monroe, Executive Director, Additive Manufacturing Green Trade Association in the USA, Professor Sean West, who's Professor of Product Service System Innovation at the Luzerne University of Applied Science and Art, and Giorgia Carissimi, Innovation Sustainability Manager at Albini Group in Italy. Welcome, everyone. It's a pleasure having you today here. Yes, you can jump on the stage. Yes, we love it. Okay, we're all set. So let's start discussing recycling platform. So clearly, we already mentioned today raw materials. They're not just cars. There's also been weaponized from geopolitical perspective. We know that are more and more precious and scarce. At the same time, electrification makes this a priority for everyone. So I would like to start, from Professor Sean West to understand from your point of view and your experience, because you manage also test pilots and experiments and so on. What's the attacking angle to this kind of stuff?
I tend to think a lot of it is imagination. We just think it goes out the factory door and that's it, it's gone. We spent the last 18 months imagining a battery life cycle. And my student said, I'll go and talk to the experts. And it was funny because I said, where are the experts? Where's the market? There's nobody there for you to talk to. You've got to imagine the market. How could that look for that type of technology? And then he said, but it's a battery. And then we had to start talking about the application. And we went through a first life cycle. What could it be used for? What do you want to sell it to do? Who's likely to buy it? Or who's likely to use it if you rent it? And we came up with a whole host of scenarios there. And he said, this is too difficult. Now go and interview some people, I said. And he came back and he said, no, this was too simple. Now I've made it more complicated. This all started on a blackboard where we were just drawing things. And then he went to a second life and to a third life. And he said, there's a business here because there's enough volume to make it worthwhile for people to have businesses. So listening to people and talking about entrepreneurialism, there's a real business out there that we can grab and capture, but we have to capture people's imagination around it. And somebody said something to me about we need some money to make it work. We all need to make some money. The planet has to come. The profit has to be there, and we have to look after our people, and we have to work out that balance. But without the oil of money, nothing kind of gets done.
Well, this is the World Manufacturing Forum. What's the bottom line for manufacturers, for industrialists?
What's the bottom line for them? I really like the fact of extended warranty, extended producer requirements, but I don't think it goes far enough. And I think they need to team up with other people to fill the gaps that they're just not good at. There's a lot of skills and capabilities that they haven't got. Manufacturing is a concentrated activity. A lot of this is distributed. And that's really hard for a lot of manufacturers to manage. And that requires them to change their business model. And I think you can find a better business model than we've had, which is make, sell, forget.
Sherry Moore, talking business model, talking also production model. How about additive manufacturing and the impact it can have, not just in recycling, but also avoiding overproduction?
Right, absolutely. Additive manufacturing, commercial 3D printing is absolutely an answer to some of these things. Earlier in our first panel today was mentioned there has to be a business model, there has to be economics around this. And I agree, but also would say, businesses have to stay in business. But I think there's absolutely an economic model for sustainability, especially when you think of sustainability in terms of resource efficiency. So using less energy, using less material, creating less waste. And by waste, I also mean overproduction. I was speaking with actually just 2 companies within the last week, major manufacturers who have standing inventories of spare parts, each well over €1 billion in standing spare parts, 80% of which will never be used. So in some of these discussions, it may not be about how do we repair a part, how do we recycle it. It may be how do we avoid this overproduction to begin with. And those productions, those overproductions are based on traditional manufacturing constraints. Tooling is expensive, we have to produce things in very large numbers, then we have to warehouse them, then we have to distribute them, and then, as mentioned, a big portion of them get disposed of. And by being able to leverage things like additive manufacturing, being able to get things in a distributed production way, distributed may mean geographically, it may mean across time, and it may mean across models. Being able to be closer to consumers, closer to demand, and being able to address that in a way that uses less resources to begin with. I'm all for the circular economy, but I'm even more in favor of skip the whole circle to begin with. If you cannot use those materials to begin with, they don't need to be recycled, and then they're there and available when you need them. So I absolutely think there's an economic model that goes along with this, but I think quite often when we're looking at it, we're too close. We're comparing part to part when this is really looking at systemic problem or systemic opportunities across an enterprise.
Well, Giorgia Carissimi, let me go to Albini Group first. What's the identikit of Albini Group? What do you do?
Okay, about Albini Group, we are an Italian company and we are leader in Europe for the production of shirting fabrics. We are also famous because we have an integrated supply chain, so we can start from the raw material, we buy the cotton mainly, and then we transform the cotton into fabrics using our mills, our own mills, so the spinning mill, the dyeing, the weaving, the finishing, so we have all the process inside. We have also an innovation hub, that is Albini Next. So in 2019, the company decided also to found this innovation hub. And we work in Albini Next, that is in Chilometro Rosso, an European innovation district in Bergamo. We work to introduce innovation in all supply chain with a specific focus also in a circular economy and, for example, industrial symbiosis. So it's very important to work with other industries, other companies. We have many examples during these years where we have worked with many companies in other industries, like, for example, Risogallo, that produces rice, or maybe Fedrigoni, that produces paper. But also, for example, now with a new project that started in October, that is called Regeneram, funded by Regione Lombardia, where we are working with other 7 partners to try to transform our textile waste and byproducts into first a powder, and then this powder was added to some polymers to create a compound that we can use in 3D printing.
And that's the reason why you're here on the panel, to represent the industrial and corporate point of view. Tell us more on this project, how the idea came out, and how was it, decided to go through this project?
Okay, first of all, because as Albini Next, we work to try to identify new ideas with other companies and industries. So we try to build this industrial symbiosis with others. And we talk with Kilometro Rosso because we know we are in the fashion industry. We are like, for example, automotive or construction, an industry where we are very dependent on raw materials. We have a very complex supply chain, and so the first question is, okay, we have byproducts, we have waste, what type of ways we can use to transform this product, these byproducts and waste in a resource for other type of industries. So everything started with this question. And then the decision was to try to talk with the Kilometro Rosso to create these, I can say, these platforms of 8 different companies. So, for example, there is Kilometro Rosso, that is an innovation district, the University of Bergamo, but also, for example, Caracol, Design Tech, that are working on 3D printing, design object products with 3D printing. There is also another company that is called GARC, and it works to try to calculate the impact, so also the life cycle assessment, but also the life cycle cost assessment, to be sure that we can go in an industrial way, we can build something that is industrial.
Well, Professor, this is an example, and very interesting example of recycling platforms and new ideas, but extending life of products is also, and you were mentioning before, batteries. It's not just about batteries.
It's not just batteries.
Yeah.
I do that at home. I've actually got a 15 to almost 20-year-old Mac, which I still use. It works very well. And it's really interesting how you extend the life of machines and how you keep them running. One of the largest studies we did, or one of the largest equipments that we looked at, was the B-52 bomber. It's never done its mission that it was designed for, yet it's still the cheapest for the job that it does. It's still competitive, and it's been upgraded, it's been revamped, it's had bits taken off it, new bits put in to keep it relevant. Is it a good example? Probably not, because of the job it does. Is it a really good example that's well documented for what we could learn from? It really is a super case. How do you keep that relevant, and how do you import new technologies to improve the performance of existing assets? And that requires a mindset shift. Instead of thinking, yeah, we sold you the product and then 5 years later, well, you bought the wrong one, you need to buy this one now. How do we adapt that? How do we think about that so that you can bring new things in and keep the optionality available to keep that machine productive for you? And why is that important? People like to have the old machine that they're used to. We keep it productive, so we reduce the amount of resources that we're putting in. And on a business side, it generally means that you don't have to go to tender. So that kind of helps on making money as well.
Now, Sherry Monroe, how about the new business model that can be generated also by additive manufacturing? And is it going at the speed you were expecting? When additive came, everyone said, okay, in just a few years, it's going to be everything, we're going to be additive. It is not exactly the case.
I think they got a little ahead of their skis to begin with, maybe 20 years ago. But also, additive manufacturing, commercial 3D printing, is in a lot more than you maybe realize. If anyone has an iPhone 16 or 17, it's all got additively manufactured parts in there. Hopefully none of us will ever need a hip replacement, but if you do, those will all be 3D printed today, not just for manufacturing purposes, but because it yields better patient results. And I absolutely agree with you around durability. And I think durability, there are a number of ways of looking at that. It may be, how do you make an entire system last longer, but it also may just relate to particular components within a system. If you think of an engine or something like that, there are so many different parts that have to be assembled. And the reason that it's so many parts is because of manufacturing constraints. The fact that you can't bore a hole or a channel that is curved means that you have to build this in many different pieces and then assemble them. Well, every time you have an assembly, you have risk of failure, risk of errors during assembly, and it doesn't last as long. So being able to, through additive manufacturing, being able to design entire systems as a single component makes them more durable. And from a business perspective, it's not just more durable and use less material and less energy to make it, but it means you don't have to take the system down as often for repair. You don't introduce that risk. You don't have the downtime. So there's so many aspects of that lead to better sustainability results, better economic results. And there are just a lot of ways of looking at that. And also to your comments about how do you recycle some of these materials, these waste and scrap materials, I think it also goes to some things that were mentioned earlier around coordination and collaboration, because sometimes that waste won't be used within your industry. One of the things, there's a lot of 3D printing in concrete, and which is terrible for the environment, but also very, very needed. But being able to use other types of waste like that can give strength to the concrete, a filler, and make use of that. There's a lot of opportunities and things like that, but it does take a greater level of coordination and collaboration. But the kind of innovative thinking your organization is doing is really what's key, is how do you think about doing these processes completely different, not just a little segment and replace that. It's how do you think bigger and really introduce new things, which is really exciting.
Well, Giorgia Carissimi, the textile industry is on the front line due to the environmental impact it has. So yes, talking coordination and collaboration, for example, consortium to recycle waste. Well, there might be a better coordination. You know, brands, they do have one consortium, textiles have another consortium. How about that? Why, I mean, you're very good at, experimenting and finding new technical solution, but when it comes to working together as a system, well, problems start to arise.
Yeah, I think that this is a problem in the fashion industry in general because, we can talk, for example, about these platforms. There are many platforms now, one linked to the brand, another one linked to the manufacturers, and so on. And it's very difficult to talk between the others and create a project that is a unique project. But it's the same, like, for example, the certification, because also in this case, we have many certifications linked, for example, to the cotton, and many brands that require different certifications. So in fashion, I think there is this problem where we have a lot of possibilities, and we need maybe to create one way, maybe one platform that is the same for all of the players in the supply chain. So it's very difficult. But for example, like Albini, we are working with brands together to try to create also specific projects linked to a specific brand that, for example, requires specifications. Like, for example, I don't know, there is a brand that has many leftovers, and he come to us and say, okay, I want to use these leftovers in many ways, what we can do. And we can suggest many different possibilities, because we can transform these leftovers into new yarns and then new fabrics, but it's not so easy because mechanical recycling creates many limitations for the new product. We can maybe create something like, for example, paper. We can create other type of products. We can, for example, work in 3D printing. So we are trying to work with the brands, but we know that it's important also to work at the beginning with other realities, associations, and so on, to create a standard, one platform for each.
Well, Professor, it is all about also incentives, regulation, policies. What's the sense of where are we going?
We finished one off on metal recycling in Switzerland. We came to the conclusion the policy is totally wrong. It was encouraging recycling. So everybody was paying a small fee within the product to send it to recycling, so you didn't have to pay for it at the recycling center. And they were getting really broken things arriving. So there was no possibility for remanufacturing, re-engineering, and also some of the selection of the materials. It was all mixed at the end. And this is where policy, I think, becomes really, really important. Recycling is the last thing I really, really want to do. Now, one of the things you picked up was, what do I do with the waste streams? I think we should have policies on waste streams. And often the waste streams aren't used in your industry. They're used by somebody completely different. My experience with that was with power stations, burning coal. What do you do with the ash? You hope somebody's building a very big tunnel, like the Channel Tunnel, and they want lots of fly ash, because that has a huge value at that point. It goes into the concrete. It slows its setting process down. So you were looking for things which are unexpected. And as Rumsfeld said, how do I know what I don't know? And that's, I think, part of the problem that we need. How do we find areas, and how does policy support us to do that? And how does policy support us to reduce waste? And that could be overproduction. Overproduction is a waste. It stops me as a shareholder making as much money as I should be. And obsolescence on big machines is very difficult to deal with. So how do we put policy in place to reduce the waste, to reduce every phase actually, so that what comes out at the end is really only what we really have to recycle?
Well, one question from one of the experts in the audience says, chemical manufacturers talk a lot about sustainability, yet they discard large volumes of reaction byproducts, use catalysts and solvent wastes, and these contain recoverable critical raw material. Why do you think the industry still tolerate this level of inefficiency, and what systemic barriers prevent us from recovering them at scale? What do you make of that, Professor, for example?
That's really funny. I came from a boot camp on Safe by Design where we were talking about that.
Oh, wow.
And it was really, really interesting. The guy from the chemical side, he says, that's not our business, that's a customer's business. They weren't looking far enough into the ecosystem, into their customers or their customers' customers. How do we take that back? What is recoverable from that? What's useful for us? Could we use that as a resource coming in? No, because procurement deal with that, and they want good quality and they want low price, and these guys haven't got it. And we heard about that earlier. And it's really difficult to change mindsets, to go, there's an opportunity there. And I think we have to show through good cases, through good demonstrations, that there are ways to recover this, and we make money from it, and it reduces the damage that we do to the environment. But that does require a change of policy and a change of thinking. I think policy here can really help us change it, but good policy design.
Sherry Monroe?
Yeah, I'd like to jump in on that, absolutely. And I think when we talk about recycling, recycling is not one thing. So we need to look at, why are we recycling? What's the purpose? Are we trying to avoid CO2 emissions? Are we trying to avoid waste going into a landfill? Or are we trying to keep an important material in circulation? And so depending on why you're doing it, the case for it is completely different. You know, if you look at recycling of polymers to make other things, Lego had a case, great marketing plan where they were doing this bottles to bricks, right? They would recycle water bottles, they would make new Lego bricks. Great marketing, it sounded great. And then when they did their own internal study of this, they stopped doing it because the transportation for recycling is usually the killer if you're doing it for CO2 emissions, because having to transport these materials around and then process them and transport them again, there's not a case for that. Now, if the reason is because you don't want it to go into a landfill, and you can create policy and economics around that, make it expensive to put it in a landfill, but also if it's an important material such as titanium. Titanium is a very important material to be circulating right now because it generally comes from two places, Russia and China, which, in particular for Russia, may not be somewhere that people can get that, or companies can get that from, and there's concerns around supply chains. So there's different reasons for why you do this. So understanding why you're doing it, what you're trying to achieve, and then looking at the business case for it is very specific, but just sort of the label of recycling can really include a lot of different things.
Well, absolutely. Another question coming from the audience, Georgia. In your opinion, can user perception keep product longer in the system before recycling? If so, how to educate the consumer on repurposing and so on? For the fashion industry, this is critical because every season the fashion brands want us to change the way we wear.
Yeah, it's a critical topic in fashion because we know that there is the fast fashion that is a problem.
And ultra-fast fashion.
Yeah, and ultra-fast fashion, that is a very, very big problem. So it's very difficult, but it's very important to educate the consumer because, for example, if I think just to my friends, some girls and women that go to shopping to take some t-shirt and so on, they don't ask to, for example, what is the composition of this t-shirt? They don't understand, they don't know what is the difference between polyester and cotton, for example, and so it's very difficult, or maybe they don't understand the difference between a t-shirt that costs €5 and a t-shirt that costs €30. Why there is this difference? So I think that the first step is to try to educate the consumer, and as a consumer, I think it's important to sometimes have this question in mind. So why this fabric, this, I don't know, this jacket, this t-shirt costs cheaper? Why is cheaper? And so I think is the first step, this one.
Well, absolutely. Professor, it's interesting. This is an aspect which is interesting. What do you make of that?
I think we've taught people certain behaviors for the last 50 years, and now we have to unteach certain behaviors. I like that about fashion. I don't go shopping as much as perhaps you might like me to, but I do go shopping, and I bought second-hand climbing boots, and they're fantastic. I bought second-hand skis, though they're almost new, and they cost me 100 francs, and somebody else was making a cut on selling them to me, and somebody wanted to get rid of them. But it comes back to motivations. What's motivating people to do something which isn't traditional? And I've seen this in Zurich. Yeah, we've got loads of money in Switzerland, but it seems to be there's a lot of repair businesses coming back. And they're pushing it as fashion, and it's really cool to see. Trying to get some of this stuff that's really good quality to last longer seems to be coming back in fashion, I think. I don't know whether Gen Z is doing it, but I certainly am.
Well, second-hand is raising. I mean, and also has been mentioned today, Vinted and other platforms that gives, you know, and also brands are starting to think their strategies based on the second-hand reusage and so on. When it comes to the American perception of all of this, we know that in America things have changed, the perception and the incentives have dramatically changed in just less than a year, if I may. So what's your sense?
Yes, absolutely. In the US, we're not hearing the word sustainability for probably the next 3 years, but it really hasn't changed what businesses are looking for in terms of still pursuing sustainability, resource efficiency, and the economics behind that. And one of the things I think, particularly in the fashion industry, that is, and when you think about fashion broadly, is the sort of seasonality or year model of that. And so that makes it even more challenging around overproduction, right? Because you have to sort of plan ahead, things in different sizes and things like that. Another use case that I usually talk about in my presentations is around eyewear. So you're wearing, when I don't have my contacts in, I have glasses as well. A statistic says that for every eyeglass frame that is sold, 13 are discarded. So it's not about how do you make this one better, it's how do you avoid discarding those other 13 because they have to be produced in large volume, distributed to all the eyewear shops, and at the end of the year, the model year, those get disposed of. So being able to just approach that from a different perspective, even if someone doesn't care about sustainability, I hope they do, but they will definitely care about the economics of that. And the technologies are there today to avoid that. You don't have to produce in those large volumes. There's technologies to be able to move that production closer to demand and actually be more responsive to consumers so they don't show up at a shop and at the end of the season and the size and the color they wanted isn't there. Being able to be more responsive, being able to get new products to market quicker. Again, that's not normally a sustainability story, but if it means you're going to get a product that you're happier with, that fits better, I think you're also more likely to keep it longer.
Well, and also this is a new way of doing business. And I had an interview this morning with the CEO of a large Italian fashion company, 2.5 billion company, Golden Goose in the sneaker sector. And he told me, well, basically what they did is that they transformed the idea of buying and shopping in terms of the thing they say is not anymore looking good, is feeling good and having an experience. And so they turned their shops into labs where you can bring your shoes and recycle, extend their life, and personalize that. And so doing that, they're changing the perception of the consumer in terms of what it's all about. And with this, I'd like just to go to a final round of takeaways. So, Professor, let me start with you. What's the message you would like them and those that are following online remember from this panel?
Think about the future of what people are going to do with the stuff you make, and take that. It's twice as long in time as you think is realistic. Mm-hmm. You'll find so many opportunities for business. You'll improve sustainability, and you'll change your business model by doing it.
Giorgia?
I think maybe that it's important if you work in a company to think about your byproducts and waste, not like byproducts and waste, but about something that could be a resource for another company or industry. So try to be curious, be open, and open especially to collaboration with other realities that are very different from your company.
Sherry Morrow?
Oh, yeah, I would say that that type of openness is super important. And I think aligning the economics with the sustainability, I think, opens up new ways of thinking. And so I think looking across an entire enterprise, usually if sustainability is viewed as being more expensive, it's usually because there are costs not being accounted for that are either being borne within the company, by adjacent companies, or by society. So I think usually through proper accounting, sustainability really does pay.
Well, thank you everyone for this fantastic discussion. Thank you. A round of applause to our speakers. Thanks a lot. It's very attractive subjects, but let me move to our final panel, which is combining additive, subtractive, and hybrid manufacturing platforms for value-added resource efficiency. And I'd like to ask Stefania Ferrero, Chief Marketing and Solutions Portfolio at Comau, Italy, to join me on the stage, together with Jose Luis Sanchez, General Manager Almelti of 3D from Spain, and Claudio Merlo, Managing Director of DMG Mori. Welcome, everyone. It's a pleasure having you.
No.
Yes, we are ready and all set. Please show again the number for questions, because there's an active participation, and I like that. So, Stefania Ferrero, let me start with you. We all know Comau for its long history in innovation, automation, and so on. When it comes to combining these different models of production, additive, subtractive, hybrid manufacturing platforms, where are you? Where do you see the main trends moving ahead?
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, here we go.
I was hoping to go without the microphone. Yes, let's say that according to our point of view, being an automation company, we have the privilege to see many trends before they become a reality, because of course we need to work on full flexibility, and so we need to anticipate a little bit what are the needs of the industry and of the manufacturer, because our job is to simplify the life of whoever is producing something. In terms of trends, what we see, because if we analyze the area of subtractive and additive, they have a lot of pros, because in subtractive I use it when I have to obtain the surface quality. I have to work on the micron. This is especially from our point of view, on the micron precision. While when I have to use additive, it's because I have to privilege lightweight design and flexibility, or have shapes that in normal condition I cannot obtain. When it comes to hybrid, let's say that hybrid manufacturing is mixing up both the pros of the two areas. And so, and it's not a secret that this ARA specifically, that is combining subtractive and additive at the same time, is offering these needs of flexibility that is fundamental for many manufacturers. And this is why the overall CAGR in the next 5 years will be around 16%. And this is a big number, and will become even bigger when we talk about big parts. So this CAGR arrived to around 20-22%. Just to imagine automation in automotive, that is the most robotized sector worldwide, as a CAGR in automation of 3%. So you can imagine the differentiating factor. And why this is relevant? Because, of course, the market has become very, very unpredictable. There are a lot of forces in action that is connected to digitalization, AI application, but not only, also geopolitical forces. And for manufacturers, it's becoming always more difficult to forecast and also to plan ahead. So this kind of hybrid technologies are a huge advantage to obtain a lot of flexibility and also other fringe benefits that are connected to, of course, lightweight, sustainability, energy saving, etc. Just to give you an overview about the mega trends.
Yeah, you'll tell us more, later on during the panel. Jose Luis Sanchez, well, we're discussing how to integrate these different platforms to maximize value and minimize the use of resources. So can you tell us first, how about your company, and how do you do this?
Okay, first of all, thank you on behalf of all the people that we do Meltio in Spain, more than 100. We are very happy to be here. It's a very good question because one of the main features of our technology is saving material. I have listening to the rest of the people here in the previous panel, and I was wondering why aren't they using our technology for saving material and for repairing and for recovering parts?
There will be time to talk.
Exactly. So I was surprised because we need to put in contact together, isn't it? Because one of our main features, as I was telling before, is saving material. So what we do, basically combining additive plus subtractive technology is, you can summarize this in 3 words: adding, subtracting, and repeating. So you add, you print it, you subtract or post-process the part that you need to post-process, and you can repeat it one time, another time, another time, another time. So this is a different concept of manufacturing, not only for saving material, but also for the repetitivity that all the market was asking for the people that were doing additive manufacturing. So when saving materials, when repairing parts, because I think the world is a dump in which you can find a lot of metal parts broken that you can repair with our technology. So this is another way of saving material, another way of reducing the waste of raw material, aluminum, platinum. We are printing in gold, we are printing in aluminum, in copper. These very rare material now are not rare for the specification, but rare to find it out, are also another way of saving material, not only for the waste, but also for only using the material you need.
Claudio Merlo, let's talk about first DMG Mori, because you're all different companies. Give us a brief identikit.
Yes, okay. DMG Mori is a large machine tool manufacturer, machine tool and services connected to the machine tools. Inside this group, there are 2 plants that are producing additive, especially in Europe, additive machines, and also hybrid machines that are the ones that fits more to the subject of this panel. That means we have machines with making pure additive with the SLM series, so powder bed and then selecting the shape with the laser, or DD, so the active deposit with the laser that it is creating the shape over the part. In this case, the additive part is easily combined with the subtractive part. Of course, being a machine tool, since maybe some companies more than 100 years, there is this mechanical expertise that is used to combine the two parts. And especially in the LaserTech line, there are 5-axis milling machines that are used to deposit and then machine, or machine and deposit. That opens most of this possibility that Mr. Sancho already clearly explained. So you can repair a part, a high-value part. So a part of a turbine for an airplane, for example, jet elements from a rocket motors for these things, that you, to create a completely new, you will spend days and months and cost that can be repaired and reused for many times. This is a market segment for repairs that is normally asking the possibility to work on large dimension or large working areas, because the larger is the part, more difficult is to create it new. Started with companies like Virgin, X Space, and these things. Now it's getting more popular.
But Merlo, are companies aware of that? Do companies know? Are they ready for powder?
Yeah, this you touch a very critical point. So there is an entry barrier, an entry level that is still difficult to go. So the technology itself is available, I think, in an acceptable way to make additive and hybrid. But we need to create the mindset and the knowledge from the education, from engineering schools, from the people, because the real benefit of a additive or hybrid manufactured parts is starting if you invent thinking that you have to do this type of process in the manufacturing. So you create, it was already sold by Mrs. Morrow, I think, that you have to think that you can create one part of less components, or you can use material properties that can be combined to have a better surface, better thermal resistance than a normal assembled parts. This starts from the beginning. Beginning means that you have to have a learning curve, a training that don't think in, I take the part, make a milling, make a facing, turning around, make a drill, and then it is finished. No? So you have to think what is the function, and then create the shape. Lightweight, more resistance, etc. This means a challenge to the education, to the operator, to the developers, people, to enter in this market. The technology, as Professor Romeo mentioned, it's an enabling technology. It's not technology itself. No, you have to have the idea
it's interesting because the technology is there. How about the adoption? What are the trends that you see, in heavy industries and so on?
I can see many of these trends also. Let's say that we have 3 different divisions in which we are working at the moment. We are a division that is a pure traditional machining, so pure subtractive with machine tools. Another one where we are starting working with robots, with double encoders. That is fundamental because it permits to obtain the precision of the trajectory. That is one of the fundamental points for robots that are working in hybrid technology. And then, of course, we are working with additive players to match robots and together with additive technology. What we see here is very similar. Indeed, we have an internal academy, and one of the requests that we receive already is to update our training courses, because part of our trainings is to have resources upskill and reskill, and many clients are even asking, is really to have some specific trainings on the application of these technologies. We see that there is a movement also from the pure machining part to this hybrid technology, and also to the application of robotics in doing machining. Something that has not been a broad trend up to now, but there are some applications, especially when there are big parts and the level of accuracy is not so high, and also repeatability is not so high. robot give, of course, the flexibility that is required. We have worked also in some example for hybrid application technologies with SIAD, and this was a specific application that was conveying additive through one of our robots with dual encoder, and for the additive application on big parts. And this gives a lot of results because we started collecting KPIs, so there was a reduction of waste compared to traditional processes of more than 80%. So that was very interesting. And we are also cooperating with another partner that is a startup, but in reality it's no more a startup because it's been on the market for some time, that is Robust. And they are experts in working with high performance polymers. And we are working with them again, applying our robots to their technologies. And also in that case, we estimated a saving of weight of the parts produced of more than 50%, and also reduction of traditional tooling time of 3 times. So there are some trends. We started collecting KPIs. The technologies are there, so I can confirm this trend. We need a lot of upskill and reskill, and also we need to talk about these KPIs, this POC we are working on, because it's a way to spread knowledge and also to make the final users aware that there are a lot of possibilities. Of course, as technological enablers, our role is really to build this proof of concept together with more and more clients and make them comfortable about the adoption.
Jose Luis Sanchez, what it takes to make these possibilities into opportunities and to make real the potential of technologies that are already there. Maybe it takes more education, it takes more training. Ferrero was talking about the academy they do have. How do you handle this?
Okay. What we try always is to change the way of focusing the problems when designing metal parts. In our case, metal, spare parts. So you need to change the mindset of the people when facing the challenge for designing the part, or when changing when they are thinking about how to change this part to prepare them to be printed into a metal 3D printer. Why? Because so far, almost all the parts we find in the market are thought to be manufactured in traditional manufacturing. So additive manufacturing is a concept that we need to implement in the new generation people, and now in the current generation of the people that are currently designing the part. So the way we are facing this problem is demonstrate that with minimum changes in the design or just only thinking in 3D printing is going to give you a lot of advantages. For example, we have more than 20 systems installed in the US Navy, in their boats, in their ship, in the middle of the sea. And they couldn't believe that they were going to be able to print the part that was broken half an hour before. And they reduced the need of stock in the ship. They reduced the need of losing time waiting for the helicopter coming with the part. So when one part is broken inside the ship, they just only press play and add, subtract, and repeat if they need. So this is a changing of mindset that costs us training, learning, and one of our challenges in Meltio, because of what we produce is additive manufacturing for metal 3D printing, is make the technology affordable, not only regarding the cost, but also regarding the capabilities of the people that is handling the technology. Mm-hmm. We don't want to make complex machines. In the case of the US Navy, you can see it openly. That's the reason why I'm speaking about this. You can see that a non-high-level qualified operator was able to have the file from the repository of the file, put it in the workflow of the machine, and start printing a close impeller that in, I don't know, 7-8 hours before, after, was replacing the part that was broken before. So when you demonstrate the people that thinking, just only thinking, in additive manufacturing is going to solve them a lot of pain points, you are able to reach and to make click in their brains and change the mindset.
Claudio Merlo, what will it take to make machines simpler, but also faster and maybe more automated when it comes to the different materials that they can use?
Yes, this is another, okay, there is a demand to make it faster, of course, always. Even if, I mean, the typical designer or user of metal cutting machines thinks in seconds for the cycle times. No? In this case, it is much longer, but I think every generation is reducing 20%, 30% time to create the same part. We have to work in the efficiency of the product, in the structure of the machine to be more stable, maybe increase the power of the laser, use double laser, use blue laser. So there are a lot of this type of technology, but still the time is long, so the demand from the industrial user is to have it more automated. That means the loading of the raw material, the powder, could be automatic, there is an exchange of possibility without manual intervention that you can run longer unmanned. And this is a demand that is coming out to have it more automation in the surrounding of the device. So how to load the powder, how to change the material, to have multiple material in the same runoff of one part. Because, for example, in molds, it's very nice to have a substrate of hard material and then a cover with another material, so bronze or aluminum, copper aluminum mixture that gives longer life than a normal mold for automotive parts, for example, for turbine, for valves, for hydraulic. There are this type of demands. And when you touch the powder, I would say another work in progress to do, it is to simplify for a normal user the problem of procurement of powder, of the raw material for the metal printing, because this is not a usual shop where you buy a bar of steel or a square meter of metal sheet. No? So we try to use, we have an existing shop for spare parts, normal spare parts, to have this channel also as a distribution point to provide powder in different mix and grade and already qualified, that the customer can have a shop, can have a one point of procurement also for the raw material. It's partly a business model, no? But it's also a way to help the expansion of the use of this type of machine. Otherwise, it has to be restricted to a high-end company that needs an organization to buy.
Sanchez, do you have the same problem in terms of creating this experience to your customers?
Not exactly, because powder needs more material for printing the same weight. So in our case, we don't have any waste of material. In the case of powder, they need, for example, for printing a part that can weigh 100 grams, you need about 1 kilo or so.
This is the powder bed, so they put a layer of powder, then you concentrate, clean out, and put.
Exactly. So in our case, our technology is based upon DID also, but we use wire, and we don't waste any material. So we only use the material that the part needs. So our wasting of material is zero. So our problem that is already solved is finding the material in a spool, in wire, but we have different suppliers globally, and we are solving this problem. For example, we have a spool in gold, platinum, aluminum, copper, and all these materials, steel for sure. Inconel, the classical, but the more, let's say, strange material that require more inertization of the chamber. We also are able to print 4 material in the same printing, as he said before, for molding and for copper, combining different alloys. We don't need to clean anything as happened in powder, so we only waste what we need to waste for the part. And this is something that we have solved because of this reason, and we don't need to clean the machine nor need to stop the printing. We can combine up to 4 materials in the same part, in the same printing.
Well, Stefania Ferrero, I'm surprised because I haven't heard about AI yet. Do you think that AI is already there? I mean, is it embedded in your hybrid production way of platforms, or it will take time for AI to enter this manufacturing level?
Let's say that I started entering, for sure, because before I mentioned double encoder, of course, when we talk about precision, repeatability, on the fact that the trajectory can be followed with precision, of course, if you have AI, this can be improved further. There is a lot of narrative around AI, generative AI, of course, and predictive AI, that are different things, are still not at the level, because when we talk about AI and we think about it, we always think about science fiction, and so sometimes we believe that it's more advanced than it is. Of course, the fundamental thing is to have a lot of data set that you can utilize as a base, and then, of course, AI can work fast. Of course, as we said before, the environment in which we are working is an environment where we still do not have all the data available, so we have the technologies, we started applying it, but of course, we really need to explore it more, have more use cases, and then it'll become more reliable. But for sure, it will be, of course, these hybrid technologies are naturally adapt to apply digital tools, digital twins, for instance, but then generative AI to attain more precision. And for sure, so we are starting working with it, and for sure in the next 5 years there will be a revolution. The last point on that is, of course, we are working a lot on the so-called unstructured robotics, so we are bringing robots outside the plant, and this is a clear trend that we are envisaging, because normally, automation in robotics stays inside the plant, where I have very predictable processes that are working with a specific time with a lot of units. The new trend is that I'm bringing these robots outside the plant in environment where not everything is predictable, and so this is why AI is becoming an enabler. I can apply this kind of hybrid technologies where, until some years ago, without AI, this would not be economically viable.
Well, that's a great perspective, very interesting development. Sanchez and Merlo, do you agree? What do you make of AI?
Okay, for us, the AI part can be a useful tool to select the proper material, mainly, to select the mix, because the knowledge in the mechanical manufacturer or in the industries, the chemical side of knowledge is not so frequent. There are specialists in metallurgy, but probably it is in the siderurgy, in the foundries, not in the normal. If you take a factory that produces motor or gearbox, etc., they are mechanical but not chemical knowledge. So this type of consulting, sometimes in the help to shape to form the shape of parts, but this is probably already solved by now there are CAD/CAM systems that support subtractive and additive in the same environment. You don't need a separate application. There are good simulator of additive process as well. Mainly it is the chemical, the consulting for material, the database of materials to give the properties and support these. Partly could be the processing of image, because one point that I didn't said is possible to combine on the machine a scanning head. So if you have a part existing, where do you not have the manual, the mathematical model, it is possible to scan and create a medical, and this is like an image process. But so this is a typical AI application which is used in tomography, in photos, that you create and identify features that are the place you want to repair or you want extra machine or deposit. But this is more a general image processing, Harry.
Well, absolutely. Please.
Adding the rest of the application they have said, we are using the artificial intelligence for controlling the printing and to predict possible collision when we are integrated into a robot. So we are using both in the slicing software. We have our own slicer software to prepare the part for being printed. And now the more we approach to the industrial environment, the more we need to give them tools, and artificial intelligence is more linked to the controlling the printing, to stop the printing if it detects that the printing is not going well. And you can have also from your mobile phone control up to 10 printers. So from home, you can control the combination of artificial intelligence that can stop and resume the printer because of temperature, because of deposition rate, because of the behavior of the material, etc. So we are more focused on giving, we are customer-centric, and we are more focused on giving the customer what they really need in the daily day. For that, and for the slicer to try to predict potential collision with the robot arm together with the printhead.
Well, we have nearly to leave it there, so just a few minutes for your takeaway about the future of this hybrid system, the potential for the industry, your clients, and you're an Italian company based in Italy as well, so also for Italian companies, the potential of these hybrid platforms.
I always, because being a marketer, as you notice, I really like to have statistics, numbers, etc., because I focus on that, even if I have an engineering background, but I like to be very analytical. And anytime, I always remind that Italy remains among the top 5 exporters of a robotic system, and also in the top 5 of exporters of machine tools. And sometimes we forget it, because there is really a huge value here. So for sure, hybrid manufacturing that is offering a lot of advantages in terms of flexibility, sustainability, energy saving. And also, it is reshaping a little bit the supply chain, because it permits to verticalize, to cut the tooling time and also costs. So to have a lot of, as I said already before, a lot of the fringe benefits, for sure will be, as I said, a huge trend. The famous 20% that I said before at the beginning. And for sure, Italy, having a good mix of competencies really to thrive in this field, have a lot of advantages to really succeed in this application. Of course, our limits sometimes are the dimension, the fact that the cooperating between companies is not easy. Dimension of the companies is not so big as in other countries, and also access to credit sometimes is limited, and this kind of technologies requires a lot of investments. And also, as a big group, we had to do a lot of changes even in our shareholding structure to be free to invest in many different fields. But I'm very positive. So talking with numbers, Italy is very well positioned in terms of competencies, and if we cooperate across the sectors and across companies, we can really succeed.
Jose Luis Sanchez?
We are different from they two, because we are young, but we are baby. We are 5 years old company, and we see hybrid manufacturing as part of our business. And in fact, future is becoming more and more linked to hybrid manufacturing, because people are realizing, customers, institutions, and so on, are realizing about the benefits and the advantages that she has mentioned, and also readiness. That is something crucial for now, for the people. Having a printer, a small factory in the door of a mine, to repair mining tools. This is something that more and more people are having in their mind, the add value. And as a company, we are very happy, because we are 5 years old. We are in more than 60 countries, and we have more than 600 systems already installed. And we want to finish the year with more systems installed. And our experience is realizing as the bubble of the 3D printing has went off, and we are still there, because there were very smoke and very fake promises from 3D printer, and we are becoming more and more real day after day, not only hybrid manufacturing, but also additive manufacturing in general. So positive.
Claudio Merlo.
Okay. a lot of agreeing with Mr. Sanchez, but what we say is there is a nice situation in this type of industry. There is a long-term vision that shows a potential very nice situation of local manufacturing to break these dependencies. There is a country somewhere in the Far East that produces everything and the other just use it. So you can produce, manufacture your part and do it. But still today there is a lot to do to show that it's possible to improve the efficiency of the machine. And for this reason, for example, in the DMG Mori, it was decided that every development center, also for the most traditional machine, like turning machines we do in Italy, they have to include some additive-made part to prove to our customers, which are 90% traditional user of machine tool, that there is a possibility and efficiency to have it, and to spread this acceptance part. Because there is a technology, must be improved in speed and the other, but there is a possibility. When you do it, you can imagine a future that you have your local factory that produce a part, you have your digital model created like a tailor for a suit. And don't need huge transportation, make lightweight, save CO2 for a lot of things, and keep the knowledge in the mind of the man who created the product.
Well, thank you so much.
This is a long-term appealing view. The today situation is still a lot of work.
Well, sharing vision, best practices, real experiences at the heart of the World Manufacturing Forum. So thanks again to Claudio Mori, to Jose Sanchez, and to Stefania Ferrero. Thanks again. And we're done for the first day of the World Manufacturing Forum this evening. We will continue tomorrow, starting at 9 a.m. with the first session. If you want to join a welcome coffee from 8:30 and enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you.